Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a very special broadcast. My name is Red Baron. I suppose you guys who are already subscribed know who I am. Those of you who are just tuning in, what you are witnessing is something unseen anywhere on YouTube, anywhere before. Last Thursday on our show with Veronica Jane, I'm still showing the same header. Our psychic, Veronica Jane, predicted the price you're seeing hit exactly. So we're watching live, we're watching a fulfillment of that prophecy. So if you're not impressed, check your pulse, because that's pretty damned impressive. So I'm going to put you on hold for just a second, wait for my regular subscribers to join me here, because they're not aware that I'm doing an emergency broadcast here to put this out on the air live. But I'm going to show you some of the other predictions that we did that we're hitting right now during this. My alarm's going off, I'm making money. So welcome to the show, boys and girls. My name is Red Baron. You're watching The Unfair Advantage. Hang on just a second, I'll be right with you. So there it is, guys, right into the green box, just like I said it would be. So now, will we go lower? Yes, I do think we're going to go lower. In fact, I'm believing we're going to go down here, even down into this area right here. So not a big surprise. But the cool part about it is we made this call. We said that it would probably be hitting this time. And lo and behold, there we go. So let me go ahead and get into a couple of other things here really quick. So let me show you a few other things that we've done. So let me move this up here. So I showed you this box. I said we'd be hitting into this box. Now there's very little reason to doubt that this is bot driven. You can very clearly see that it's just going all the way down, and then they dumped it right into the box. Now a lot of you guys that have never subscribed or never been on my channel before don't understand what you're looking at here. There's a certain thing called technical analysis, abbreviated TA, and that'll get you so far. That's what most stock brokers use. That's what most people that work with charts use. We use something completely different. I have something that I programmed a while back, about last year. I'm an engineer by trade, for those of you guys that don't know, and I'm one of those guys that like to take things apart and see how they work. And so I've been watching this for a long time, and I realized that there's patterns to what happens in these markets. And I've shown this with absolute unflinching regularity. Let me show you exactly how accurate I can be. I've shown every single pump that's happened, predicted it to the time. We just had another one play out here, about 15%. You can't see it, and I'm predicting the next one to go right here. So if you guys have never been subscribed or never joined me or never been a part of my channel, please like and subscribe. You're about to see something that's going to blow you away. The market's now diving into the pit of hell right now. This is a great time to be on board with somebody who really understands how this market goes. So like and subscribe to me and hang out with me and listen to my stories, listen to some of the stuff I do, and watch our system at play. We call it the Unfair Advantage. And you can join us at our free Discord. We'd love to have you at that. It's called the unfairadvantage.chat. Simply just subscribe, like to the invitation by Red Baron, that's me, and join our group. There's no charge to be in there. However, if you'd like to join our AI-powered charts that you're looking at here, they feature automated intelligence predictive markers using ISIS and Anubis, our two AI-driven bots that run this program. You can do that by subscribing at fibicharts.com, F-I-B-I charts.com. dogecoin.com. So let me put you on hold for just 1 second. I got a million bells and whistles going off here. Let me do a couple of things. It's kind of hard to broadcast and trade at the same time, but once I get my stuff in a group here, I'll be back on mic. So go ahead and take a look here. Let's go ahead and let Sheba run. So you can see how she dipped down. She's right back in that box. No surprise, guys. No surprise. That's what we knew was going to happen. So let me put you on hold for just a second. I'll be back on mic as soon as I get all my stuff in order here. Okay, guys, thank you very much. Had got about a million things going on. So, welcome to an emergency, a good emergency show. Thank you very much for being a part of this. You guys who are new to the live stream, thank you for joining me once again. My name is Red Baron. I'm from the unfairadvantage.chat. And what you're looking at here on screen is Sheba. So, this was a call that basically we said that we're probably going to be seeing. She gave a conservative call. So, I had given a general, probably absolute bottom of being right about there, but Veronica Jane said that on our last Psychic Woo Woo show on Thursday that we're probably going to average around about there, and lo and behold, look at that. And back when she gave that prophecy, we were clear up here. I can't remember exactly. Somewhere come up here, and some people were, I don't know about that. Well, I did. I have every bit of faith in my girl. She's good at this. So it's good to have you guys here. So you guys have been looking for the bargain basement buyback in. Happy early Christmas. Here it is. So you guys are in this thing watching your portfolios go straight in the dumper. Just relax. It'll turn around. It'll turn around. So I'm kind of here to kind of do therapy tonight for you guys that are kind of watching your portfolio lose lose value. But you know, this too shall pass and stuff like that. So use this as a buying opportunity. So we're going to go through a few of the things tonight here on what should we be buying, because I actually, to be real honest, I kind of like that the prices are waterfalling like this. We're seeing most of the market is doing this. If there's any I don't know, if there's any justice in this world, maybe this will linger a little bit and allow us to kind of maybe pick up the pieces and get some good buys and stuff and position ourselves for what's coming here, because what's coming is going to be rather impressive. So I always kind of envision this being a flash dump and then just a complete turn, but as it's shaping up, it's looking like it might possibly go down, stay down on one knee for a little while. Now I can tell you that it is 11:30 p.m. Central Chicagoland time. China is open right now, so China is the one that's pushing this down. So this is first thing in the morning to those guys in China. First thing tomorrow. If for those of you in North America, it's it's the next day on the other side of the planet. You know, they're waking up and they're taking all their profits and dumping this straight into the pit of hell. So good, good. So use it to your advantage. If you have the dry powder, now's the time to uncork that bad boy and put it to use. So we're going to go through a few things here. So again, you guys that are new on the channel here, let me go ahead and segue over to another screen here. What we're using charts that come from fibicharts.com. So if you guys would like to subscribe to these things that have my predictive markers in them, that have Isis and Anubis, our AI systems, that predict all the moves that come and go from this thing, so you can literally like the big thing, the difference with what we do versus the rest of the channels, for you guys that are subscribed to a number of YouTubers, we don't sell hopium here. We sell science, we sell statistics, we sell logic, because I'm an engineer here. I'm not in the mood to pump anybody up and give them false hope, because I know your paychecks matter. You work hard for the money that you make, and I don't want to see you waste it. So what I'm here to do is I'm here to help you maximize your return by using something that you can sink your teeth into, that you can look, you can believe, you can understand why it works and see how it works, and see it work just repetitively over and over and over again. And our AI bots are getting smarter and smarter by the day. I have a rather large database collector sitting next to me here on the floor, and we're picking up statistical probable analysis of every single crypto on the market right now, and just like a giant digital vacuum. And what it's doing is it's averaging out the moves, and that's how we're able to come up with these lines. What you're seeing here side by side are not, these are not Fibonacci lines. The green line is a Fibonacci, but the bronze lines, these are AI lines from something called Isis, which is our digital, we kind of call it our digital desktop crystal ball. And so what she does is she lays down these lines and predicts the drops and the raises and stuff literally to the pixel. And so it's simply as easy as being able to just paint by numbers. You see this stuff coming if you understand technical analysis. You can plug technical analysis into our grid, and you can literally just pick your price, sit back and wait for the most part. Sometimes they're manipulating the market a little bit, but the odds are incredibly good, incredibly good. So good, in fact, that they would invite you to leave Las Vegas if you were to have those kind of odds against the casino. So again, if you guys would like to subscribe to our charts, you just simply go to subscribe right here. Go to subscribe now, and we'd love you to get involved in our VIP packages, but you can go ahead and take a test taste and see some of the stuff that we have to offer. But if you get into VIP is gold and up. You get the internal videos and stuff, my daily notations, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I'm on the Discord giving these predictions and stuff. These things that you're seeing all over. We do free live streams once in a while. But I also do VIP where I'm behind the scenes and I'm showing people what's going on and commenting on a daily basis. And so you can get that starting at $124.95 a month. So if you guys are working with some decent money, $5,000 to $10,000 or up, it makes no sense not to get the very, very best tools that you possibly can. And the very best tools that are on the market are mine, I dare say so, because I'm the only one on YouTube that's got anything like this. And I can tell you that a lot of the guys have come in with pretty meager amounts of money, and they've turned it into some pretty insane amounts of money in a very, very short period of time. We've just had our recent guy who was one of our upper tier investors, and he came in and he said his membership, his diamond membership, is half paid for in 2 weeks. That's not cheap. Half paid for in 2 weeks. Everybody's results are a little bit different, of course, obviously, so I'm not selling hopium here, but I just want to let you know that these are testimonials that come in on a daily basis from people that are in our group, and it's kind of hard to be humble when you get this kind of results. So again, you guys, if you'd like to be a part of what we're doing, we'd love to have you be a part of our free Discord, which is the unfairadvantage.chat. There's no charge to be in that. We'd love to have you come in. Once in a while, we do a few free calls, and we want everybody to have some success. So please be sure to avail yourself to that, and we'll get back to the charts here in just 1 second. Let me go ahead and do that. So I'm going to be working off a Platinum Pro here. We're going to go through a few predictions and see if we can find anything that's worth buying here tonight. And the answer is probably everything. Excuse me. My voice is a lot better than it was yesterday, guys. So thank you for your concern. I was having a rough time last night. I took that kidney medicine. I took it straight without mixing it with water. My God, that was the most vile thing. It was bad, man. It felt like I swallowed liquid barbed wire. It was bad. I couldn't talk for like 6 hours after I got done doing that. So I'm much better now, though. So thank you for asking. So there you go, guys. Bam. Bam! This was predicted. This circle was predicted. What, 2 weeks ago? Something like that. I told you we were going to drop into that circle, and there you go, guys. Living, breathing proof right there before your eyes. Welcome to the unfair advantage. This is literally how we play the game. We play it to win. We use statistical analysis. We use charts. We don't sell hopium here. We don't, we're not a bunch of skateboard kids with a whole bunch of, our McDonald's money tied up in this stuff, hoping we can convince the crowds to buy our favorite coin so that everybody will go to the moon and get Lamborghinis. We don't play that shit here. We're here using science, we're here using statistical analysis, we're adults and we are using adult money, and we're here to invest and make money. And it's very easy to do when you got the right proper tools. Am I not right, guys? Thank you guys for joining me, by the way. So I know this is a little bit late. Normally I don't come on at midnight my time, but this is extraordinary and we should be in. So, all right, so there you go. Bam, right down into the circle. We're averaging out. So, there's nothing like a good I told you so. Pardon me, I'm just kind of enjoying the moment right now because there's nothing like a good I told you so. I do want to point out, much to my chagrin, there was a number of people that were saying we were going to go to 100,000 this week, and I believe I was literally the only one calling capital B, capital S on that. I said, no, we're not going. We're going down. We're definitely going down. So is this the bottom? Well, let me give you my thoughts on that. No one can ever say where the bottom is, so I don't want to suggest that I have the magic, completely spit polished crystal ball. No one can ever predict the bottom. But let's just back up and use a little common sense. When we're coming off of a waterfall, what usually happens off of a waterfall? A bounce. So once we find bottom, and wicks don't count, obviously, but Veronica Jane and myself call this as basically being the settle point, wicks notwithstanding. So what happens when you come off of a waterfall is usually you'll gain a little steam and up you go, because what this is an attempt to wipe everybody out, all the longs out. Anytime you see something that drives down like this, it's an attempt to dive, and we're seeing it across the board, just across the board. We're going to go through an awful lot of these tonight. And look, so Bitcoin, nobody should be buying Bitcoin. I mean, come on. There's better money to be made, but it's fun to look at this thing because it's a market leader. So even if this price is attractive to you, don't do it. It's ridiculous waste of money. There's better things you can do. However, Ethereum, being expensive as it is right now, Ethereum's on sale, kids. Buy the shit out of this. Look at that. Look how accurate that is. Literally right down to the bar. This is how our system works. So straight through the hoop, straight back up, but right down to the bar in every single case. So let me tell you this, right now, Ethereum is on sale and you best be buying it because Ethereum is something you absolutely need. You guys who've been subscribed to the live stream for a long time, you already know how I feel about this. Anytime you can get Ethereum on sale, do it. Do it because it's very hard to deal with shit coins and all these ERC20 coins when the cost of your gas is sky freaking high. So right now, gas is on sale. Buy it. Don't question it. All right, so let's look at this thing. You know, I have told you and told you and told you this was going to happen. I predicted, I predicted we were going to come down into this box. I showed you this box and slam dunk right in the hole, right in the hole. And so it came down to 64, 65 cents. Isn't that a beautiful thing? I mean, how many of you guys were slobbering at the idea of being able to pay 80 cents for XRP? And I said, don't worry about it, guys. We're going to come down into this box right here. And sure enough, we hit dead nuts right down into the middle of this thing, hit it right on the AI line, right at 647.647, and there you go. Now, is it over and done with? So again, going back on that question. So let's take a look at some of the indicators and really get a grip on this. So our Snapdragon, which is these three: green under red under blue. Basically, anytime we're going up, we want the green to be pointing up. The short answer to this is I don't think this move is over with yet. Reason is because this Bollinger bubble, this green ghosty bubble right here, is still expanding. We're just getting started on this. I'm watching the chats here, guys. Don't worry. I'm going to go through all the important ones tonight because there's going to be a lot to be said here. So what I would like to do, my mission here is there's going to be a lot of new people that are going to see this live stream tonight, and I want you guys in our Discords for free. Don't want to charge you. I want you guys to be in here when the party gets started, because if you like what you're seeing here, if you like all these predictions you're seeing that I've hit, you too can be a part of this, and I want you to be in our Discord. We don't charge anything for that. And when you see what's going on in our Discord and you see the people that are at the paid levels above free, you're going to want to do this. No sales pitch needed. You're going to want to be a part of this because this is simply something. What does ping mean? It's the sound of a perfect golf club strike hitting exactly. It's just kind of, it's one of those inside jokes that we've had for a long time, John. It's ping. Ping basically is ping. It's perfect strike, perfect hit. So that's just kind of, it's just something that started maybe about a year and a half ago. I don't even know how it originated, but it's just kind of become our little icon that we do. It's just like a confirmation of a target hit. So a lot of inside jokes with this group. But anyways, like I was saying, so basically the indicators are all still pointing down. MACD is pointing down. RSI is pointing up just a little bit, but not gaining strength. And so we're still basically all of our major indicators are still showing. So we could very well possibly, let me take all the garbage off here. We could very well possibly work our way back up here to this AI line right here and then go sideways a little bit, gather steam, and then go down. So where I would highly expect to go if we go into a super dump scenario is right there. And the reason I say that is because technical analysis will generally give us about a drop of about that much. That's not a great line to be using, but it'll come off there and go about down about like that. So I would imagine probably at best case scenario, I have been telling you guys for quite a while that I do foresee the possibility of being 50 cents for XRP. Below that, yes, but probably whether or not you can get it is an entirely different discussion. So bear that in mind. However, that being said, not a bad price. Not a bad price. If you got in on it at 60 some cents, God bless you, man. I mean, that's going to look pretty good here in about 5 years from now when this thing's hitting 5 digits. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to tell you, operation. I'm not a financial advisor, so please, I don't have my disclaimer because I just hurried up to get up here. But I want to make this completely clear to everybody listening. I don't function as a financial advisor. I do not give financial advice, and so you wear your big boy pants. I wear my big boy pants. We do what we do. You do what you do, and if you want to copy me, that's on you. So that being said, the things that I say on this broadcast with the understanding it's my opinion and my opinion only. So as long as we get that clear. So It is, my opinions tend to be pretty damn accurate though. So just take that with a grain of salt, or take that as it is. I'll let my subscribers here in the chat uh, give my testimonials. I don't need to do all the sales pitch. They'll do all that. So they can pretty much testify that when I usually have an opinion, it's probably something you might want to take into heavy consideration. So XLM, guys, bam, right to the bottom of the box. So let me explain some of this for some of you guys that are new. Always got to go back, circle back, and explain. So when you see a box like this, there's three parts to the box. There's the top part, there's the operations inside the box, and there's the bottom part. So anytime, usually we will approach this, we'll hit the box, we'll think about it for a while, we'll fall down, and then we'll usually strike the bottom of the box. If you get a really hardcore push, the whole of the box is the prediction. So to say that. So the fact that we hit the bottom of the box and literally rebounded right off of it, it's beautiful. That's the way the game is played. That's the way it's supposed to go. So, I mean, good day. Boy, we've been waiting for this for a while, haven't we, Flemish? Flemish is one of my mods. He's in the chat here. I've got 10 of the best mods you'll ever hope for. If you guys are wanting to get into a group that's really well moderated, that doesn't spam and stuff like that, definitely join us, because our guys want to help you. I mean, it really, this broadcast is about some people right now that are probably freaking the hell out and going, oh my God, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? So I'm here to be the voice of reason and here to kind of talk you guys off the ledge. There are people that understand how this market works, and I'm one of them. So if you're looking for someone with a fairly rational approach to investing, that's not going to get you FOMOing or going to talk you in from FOMOing on into stuff and getting you to make rational decisions, I'm definitely your guy for that. So. Generally, everything will be up in about 2 years from now, but 1 year from now actually. But 5 years from now, that's a longer discussion, of course, obviously. But you have to, you have to take that against what the cost of a loaf of bread will be and stuff like that. We've talked about this endlessly on this broadcast. Generally, when you're looking at the cost of stuff, you're also having to consider, the alternate things that buys. One Bitcoin is worth $100,000, but what is $100,000 buy you? You know what I'm saying? All right, so effectively everybody's kind of wanting to know, should I be buying in right now or not? I think we still have a little bit more to go. Currently looking at what I'm looking at, I mean, our indicators are still saying down. I'm not necessarily of the mind. Well, let me just do this. I'm not necessarily of the mind that we won't run at least a little bit more here, probably, and probably take it on down to the order line right here, which what I had. So this is actually my buy point. So again, it's just everything just lines up perfectly. So I would probably be in at about 0.256 on XLM if we go further down, and I believe we probably will. However, if you're just you just don't want to have to sweat it. It's time to go to bed, got to get up in the morning, whatever. There's no problem buying this below 30 cents. 30 cents is what I kind of consider to be the general de facto floor for XLM. So we're below the floor right now, so not a bad price. So I'll be checking in here time and time again with Shiba. So starting to look like that call had some weight to it, isn't it? Bouncing off the floor right there. Got to give my girl props. She's good. She's good. So this isn't going to be a very organized show here. We're just going to kind of sketch around here a little bit, just kind of look at stuff. It's just every once in a while it's fun to just do a nice live stream once in a while, just kind of hang out with my subscribers and some guys that are kind of wandering in off the street. And every once in a while, this is not how a broadcast goes, but once in a while we just kind of hang out. We call this Crypto Treehouse, so it's kind of it's just kind of a meeting of the boys, and the girls, so to speak. So T-Fuel, let me give you my thoughts on T-Fuel. Buy it. T-bill. I told you, man. I told you. If this thing, look at that. Just bam, right down to 20 cents. That is a gift. That is a gift. Anything below 25 cents on T-bill is a stinking gift, man, because it's so easy to swing trade this thing. And I've said this on probably the last 5 broadcasts. If you get this thing below 25 cents, and if you screw up and it goes lower, which, you know, it did, you'll come back. Look at it, it's already coming back. This thing from bottom to where it's at right now has already swung. It's already swung 22%. It doesn't look like much, does it? That waterfall put it in the toilet, and this thing from bottom strike to where it's at right now is already going up 22%. T-fuel is a money maker, baby. Good, Greg. Greg's doing pretty good, aren't you, Greg? I've been watching you, Greg. I see your comments in Discord, and I see them in the YouTube. So some of you guys are coming up, man. We're gonna have a field full of diamond level subscribers here come January, as I predicted. I'm not surprised by that. You guys that are listening, you know, there's actually several parts to being a good investor. One is having good tools. One is, you know, obviously having some capital to start with. One is having good tools, and intuition does play into this. You know, if your intuition sucks, you can borrow mine. You know, my intuition tends to be pretty damn good. But I will tell you that there's a third part, or there's a fourth part, is taking action. We have had no shortage of people that have come into the Discord that just can't seem to make it work. I mean, some people have, let's just call it the paralysis of analysis. They want to see one more chart, or they want to see one more bar, or they want to see, you know, and I'll give you a good example here. I'm having kind of a flow of consciousness here, so let me give you a good example. Let me open up Matic here. Hang on just a second, I gotta get my proper chart here. I've got 6 giant screens that I work off of here, so I gotta there we go. Okay, so I'll give you a case in point. So Matic, last night, one of 2 of our subscribers asked me, this is intuition working for you here. So they were up in this general area, and they said, should I sell? I said I would, because look at this. Why would you not? I mean, do you think this is going to go on and on and on and on and on and on and on? No. And so right here they sold. And of course, obviously it jiggled up, and they probably got cold feet and went, oh no, I made a mistake. And I said, just wait. And this thing literally just dumped. Now, I had showed this as a possible buyback. And the reason I said possible is because I was prepared for the fact that we were going to go lower. So I wasn't suggesting, you know, I'll be quite upfront with you guys. When I'm not married to the idea that you should do something, I'll give you some options, but not some calls. So, but again, when this thing fell right to the green line. Green line is my buy line. That's the line where I made a purchase at. So, I mean, I'm not missing these things. And so I know where they can go by just simply using this system. So I had to buy, and I ended up buying Matic. So I just bought Matic from high to low, 35.63% off of recent high. And literally just executed a buy right on that green line right there. So, however, so you guys there are have sold out here. 2 of you that were subscribers that wanted to buy back in. Let's see where we at right now. So we've come up a little bit. Hopefully, I wasn't watching the chats here. I was busy watching this. So I assume that you've bought back in down here. You should know what my rules are. Anytime you see something go down that low, you should know you'd be buying that. So I would like to think a lot of you have bought back in. So if you haven't bought back in, consider the idea. I'm going to take that out here just to kind of clarify that a little bit. Consider the idea that I'm telling you that I don't think that this little dive is over with. So I said that this is going to possibly be a resistance, and it was. And so now, or support, and support now flips and becomes resistance. So this yellow bar, if anything, we'll just move it over here, is actually kind of forming a bit of a resistance. So what you've got here is the making of what's called tweezers, which is 2 long runs, one up, one down, or one down, one up. And it's possible that may V and go up. But I'm inclined to believe that if the whole market is going down, thus too, so will Matic. And so Matic may very well end up going down even lower. How much lower? Well, I can give you some theories here. Let's give you a best case scenario. Best case scenario would put you probably well, put you probably right there on a dual AI line. I'm inclined to believe probably more right about there at the 50% line. So it's possible if they continue to dump it. They might give you a little bit of FOMO, and or they might give you a little bit of pumpage to the positive and think that this is over and then dump on you again. I'm inclined to believe that's probably what's going to end up happening. So you would be looking at a price for Matic here. Let's do this. You'd be looking at probably about $1.25, right about there. You might want to go a little bit proud of that, but it's possible. If it dumps further, $1.25 is not unreasonable. I don't think I would probably hold out for the ultimate bottom on that because I think that might be a bit aggressive. But if you are that type that wants to hold out, then you're looking at probably, I'd say about 90 cents, give or take. We'll see how this goes. I mean, it's likely that this, it's looking like it wants to do one of those, and then it'll just end up doing something else at some point in time. But I can tell you that the resistance line is generally like right about there. So whatever we get, we might hit this and then ricochet and then go back down again. It's possible. It's just one of many scenarios, but that's possible. Oh, so you are back in at $1.65. All right, well, hold it. Hold it. You're fine. Okay, I'm going through a few things here. I want to make sure I got everything I wanted to cover here real quick. All right, so Populous, Populous, there it is, guys. Okay, so I told you that I expected we were going to get another pump. So these pumps just happen with certain regularity, like right there it was. So that was, I believe, what, about almost a 12.5% pump right there. I mean, it started off and they were going pump, 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 and they were losing a little bit of steam as they were going. And I said, I don't expect this one to probably maybe get into the green box on this, but still, it was a pretty good turn for, if you knew this thing was coming, you could have made yourself 12% on this. But I also said I'm quite comfortable with the idea that I want to see this come into the yellow box and settle down around the yellow box, and that's exactly where we're at. Now, if we're using technical analysis tells us that we're probably going to be seeing below that. I'll tell you right now, I have been adamant about buying this thing to you guys that are in the Discord and telling you that, don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Get this, get this, get this. I'm not advice, but when I'm passionate about something, I'm not going to keep my mouth shut about it either because I've been right about this thing 20 some times straight in a row. This thing, the lower this gets, the more you better buy of it, is my opinion. Because when this thing finally does turn around and somebody other than Binance, who's delisted it, picks this thing up and says, yeah, there's nothing wrong with this, let's just dust this off and put it up there on the shelf, this thing's going to go ape shit. And you're going to wish you listened to me because there's nothing wrong with this coin. Not a thing. It's got good fundamentals. Excuse me, it has extreme use case. So let's take a look at Dent, by the way. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Greg. So anyway, back to Populous. If we get below this yellow box, not to put too fine a point on it, but you can very clearly see what this yellow box represents, a baseline. Populous has a long, rich history of going crazy, coming back to baseline, going crazy, coming back to baseline. I mean, it's almost like baked into the sauce anymore, or baked into the cake anymore. So if this thing goes below baseline, oh, brothers and sisters, you best be going bucket load after bucket load of this, because I'm telling you right now, it's going to come back up to baseline. So the lower that goes, it comes to here, and then it goes the other direction. So this is easy, easy money if there's ever such a thing as that in crypto. All right, so let's take a look at Dent. So Dent is one of those that just will not go down, but it did. oh, oh, look at this. Well, oh, happy day. So let me show you this, guys. Nothing I love better than being right. And there it is right there. There it is right there. Predicted, achieved right there. Wick down. Perfect. Thank you very much. I hope you guys who are new to the live stream understand what you're looking at, because this is no small feat. To do this many times is beyond impressive. To do this many times, I mean, to pat myself on the back, you guys, some of you guys are a little bit slow to understand what you're looking at. To be able to pull off this many perfect hits, this many times in a row, is, you won't find that anywhere else on YouTube. I will put my money behind that bet any day, all day long. So I have been predicting. Some of you guys tell me, how long have I had this predictive marker right here? It's been here for a long time. There it is again. Well, I can tell you. So there's our first two markers. These are, each one of these is a one day candle. So let me tell you how many days ago I predicted this exact drop. So actually this marker went here somewhere over in this area, but let's just take it from area to area here. So 88 days ago, I predicted that it's going to hit that exact thing. 88 days. That's how powerful this program is. Anubis is our long distance price analysis bot, AI bot, and 88 days. That's a record. I've never seen anything that we've ever been able to show on live stream that's ever been that far out in the future. So sucks when you see all the deals and you ain't got no money, doesn't it, Greg? Hey, brother, don't feel bad. I'm the teacher and I'm right there, man. I'm the professor and I'm sucking just as bad in that regard. I'm so all in on other stuff right now, that hey, it's all right. It's all right. We got the tools. If we have to buy in and make money a little higher up on the ladder, that's how it goes. But you only need one kidney. Who are you trying to impress? Sell the other. So what do I think is the fastest pony? I'd be all over T-Fuel. Seriously. If you're just asking me how can I make some fast money, T-Fuel. No question about it. Yeah, the options. I mean, we're literally getting crushed by options. I know you do, Flemish. I know you do. It's like Flemish is a he's not a whale. He's not plankton, but he's a family man. Let's just say that. Yeah, let's take a look at that. So I'll tell you what, Dent, this makes me extremely happy. I have been babysitting this thing, telling you guys over and over and over, don't give up hope. It's going to go down. And here we are. The blessed day has arrived. So, I mean, very vindicating for me right now. I mean, I'm in my element right now, showing you guys what it is I do and how good this system really is. So this is a hell of a sales pitch day for me. Well, let's hit this real quick. So OMG, speaking of, if you guys join us at the unfairadvantage.chat, I do give away a free call. So this is one that I constantly maintain as a free call. Oh, look at that. So yeah, let's talk about that. So I'm going to give you guys a free call. Everybody who's on live stream, I want you to pay attention to me right now. OMG is one that I give away as a free call. I maintain it. I constantly update it, and I tell you guys, you don't have to spend a dime with me. I want to show you how good this system really is, and demonstrate and put some money in your pocket before you put some money in my pocket, so to speak. So our system basically predicted that this is going to have an all-time high for this year of $20 to $25. Did it way back when this was $3. Look at this. Bam, 20 bucks. Hit it exactly. Hit the low part of the prediction. Now, here's what I'm telling you. Look at this. It's clear down here. It's clear down here. And it hit exactly on this marker at $4.82. So what I'm telling you is this. We are not done with OMG. We're not done by a damn sight. So if you guys want to get in on OMG one more time, all you guys that want to do the free call and you want to play. Right now it's sitting at about $6. Not a bad price. So let's fatten that up a little bit so you can see exactly where we're at. So we wicked down here, exactly down to this AI marker, and came back up. So this is not a bad price, not at all. Now, if you get in on this at $6, I'm telling you right now that this thing will go to 20, 25, and higher into next year. So you're looking at easily 150% return on your money, probably by the end of the year on OMG. So if you want to put it to the test, try it. Come back and tell me how you did. All right. So we're gonna have to look at everything. Oh, let's look at this bad. Yeah, I don't talk about this thing. Oh, look at that. I hate you, Digimite. Oh my God. I hate every guys who've been on my live stream. They know what I think about this thing. I used to be a major holder of it, and I can't stand this damn coin because it just keeps breaking my heart. So I got wow. 2.5. I couldn't even if I knew this thing was going to hit this on a certain day, sit there and buy this with a straight face. I just cannot buy this coin. I have no faith in it anymore. But I'm not surprised to see that it fell down and fell to the marker and stuff like that. But morbid curiosity is kind of like looking at a car crash. You can't help it but to look. So I'm you can see. I mean, is there any doubt there's manipulation in the market? I mean, look at every one of these charts I'm showing you has got exactly the same move. I mean, you know, is this a random market? Psh, come on, you know. So, yeah, Digibyte is just, you know, if you're getting this basic move out of every coin, why would you want to put it into something like this that just never pans out? Never, never, never. So I'm walking away and staying away on that. So anyway, VeChain. VeChain, there you go. There you go. So earlier today, I showed that it's possible to come down to my green line. We went even lower. They really dumped hard on us. But look at it. Look at this. We're bouncing right back up into the general area where I said that we're probably going to be seeing a bottom. So went a little lower. You know, sometimes you can't catch the complete bottom and stuff like that. But this call long before it happened was forecasted right here. So VeChain. Again, should you be buying VeChain? Oh, you better believe you should be buying VeChain. Anything under 10 cents is a fantastic deal. This is a fabulous deal. 8 cents, even if you're coming in dry right now on the live stream and you didn't catch the ultimate bottom, no shame in that. No shame in that at all. If they dump it further, don't panic. Don't panic. But if you're feeling like, yeah, you know, I think this is probably my opportunity to get a good price on VeChain, it is in my top 10 coins that I would suggest everybody owns. So my personal opinion, of course. But VeChain at slightly sub, let's just call it 8.5 cents. It's an attractive price. Yeah, Greg, let's commiserate on how bad are you on Digibyte? Do you own like a lot of it or just enough to piss you off? And I always find myself saying advice, but it's not advice. My belief, let's just say that, my belief on Digibyte is if you're holding, and we've talked about the time value of money, the longer you hold something and get no return, then your money is basically losing value as you're watching it literally sit there and shrivel up in your hand. And that's effectively what you're doing by holding Digibyte. And so you got to really search your soul. Not now that we're completely lower than you probably bought in, but you know, you got to kind of search your soul and go, okay, I took a loss when I got rid of it. And I said, all right, you know, fuck it. So I got rid of it and I jumped into 5 or 6 other projects and I 500x'd it, you know, or I 5x'd my holdings and other stuff and way faster. Digibyte didn't do jack squat during that time. So I don't, it was the smart move to make at that time, but I just got, looking at Digibyte, you know, it's the fastest coin I've ever used. I mean, no one's refuting its track record, its credentials. It just looking at it, you're just like, what is wrong with you? It's not like something like a Algorand that just hasn't had its day yet, or certainly an XRP that had. There's just something wrong with that coin. It's like it's literally nothing. And you know, my 21 group, and I won't get into that for you guys that are new. I've got people that I work with that are psychics and military remote viewers, and I've got some people that are in high level government officials and stuff that are in my groups. my insider group that I work with, and none of us can figure out what the hell's wrong with this thing. But basically, what we've come up with is the owner's got, go for it problems, I guess you could say, to kind of dumb it down a little bit. He lacks the assurance to push this project forward, and no matter what. But I mean, it's got a cute name and a nice logo, and it's easy to use, and blah blah blah. What the hell, man? At some point in time, it's time to just cut bait with it. And um, are you, I'm not going to ask you if you're upside down on it right now, because you probably are with this recent dump. But I would say no, you're not. Don't worry about the language. So I would say if you're anywhere close to, you're probably going to get your ass handed to you a little bit. But you got to consider at this juncture lost opportunity. Let me give you a hypothetical, Greg. Let me pose the question rather than give you instruction. Would you rather own Digibyte right now, or would you rather bet on T-Fuel? Would you rather take that money at a loss right now and say, okay, I know T-Fuel has shown me something. Would I rather, even though both of those are down right now, would I rather take my money and just say, push it over on T-Fuel and wait it out? My answer was T-Fuel, and it changed my portfolio considerably. I swung trade it like 5 times and ended up getting 5x on my money. I already answered that, Pablo. T-Fuel. They'll all come up. When they all come up, they'll come up. Now, I'm going to tell you, you guys that are a good percentage of you guys that are watching Shiba, thinking, "Oh, is it coming? Is it coming?" It's not coming yet. It's not coming yet. Shiba is going to be a little longer than I think than everybody realizes, and that's the sad part, because there's some stuff going on the backside. We talked about with Veronica last Thursday that there's some infighting there. They just, Robinhood, as I see it, and I've said this several times, but I think I'm going to have to probably repeat myself many times because not everybody always catches me when I say this. I'm of the mind that Robinhood's not going to make that dramatic of a change to the price of Shiba. Why do I say that? Well, who's announcing a rollout this week? We saw 15%. That's all we saw as a boost. We didn't see 8x, we didn't see 10x, we didn't see the moon. Yeah, right, Greg. So, so Robinhood, I'll spot you 20% boost. So is 20% why you're throwing down on Shiba? No, you want those retarded returns. So Robinhood's not going to give it to you. If Kraken rolling out, given news that they're rolling out, Kraken's a pretty major exchange, is saying, yeah, we're gonna deal with Shiba, whatever stage they're at that. I mean, the market reacted with it, 15%. I mean, nobody could get excited about 50. I barely get excited about 15%. That's what I expect minimum out of anything that I do. So that to me isn't even hardly worth getting out of bed and putting my feet on the floor. Now, what I do think is going to make Shiba go absolutely crazy is a coin burn, because that's math. That's math. Less coins equal, greater scarcity equals blah. You cannot refute math, and so that is what's going to make Shiba finally go crazy. Now, there might be a bunch of other feel-goodium behind it. That's an official term. There might be a whole bunch of other stuff that comes in tandem with that. But I'm telling you, because we hear the little stories about how AMC is going to take Shiba and stuff like that. It's all good. It's all adds to the narrative and stuff like that. But what I'm going to say is this: is the coin burn is the killer app, as it were, of the Shiba scenario. So what you really need to do, just cut all the other white noise out. Just cut it out, because I'm telling you right now, every fiber of my being tells me that that's the true thing, and I've conferred that as much with my consulting group, and we're all pretty much of that same belief. So when's that going to happen? Well, you got to watch the funny papers and see. Rumor doesn't make it so. You have to literally see a scheduled time to have it happen. Somebody's going to have to put out some credible information or whatever. But generally speaking, around the first of the year, I would say, on in or around the first of the year. I wouldn't look for it like tomorrow or the next day or whatever. So these low prices that we're seeing right now, Veronica's bottom call. Come on, guys, give it up, man. How impressive was that? There should be no doubt that your ass should be glued to my channel on Thursdays after what you just saw. And so, I'm sorry I was off my game last Thursday, a couple days ago, or however long ago it was. Yeah, yesterday, I guess. My voice was just absolutely destroyed. My heart just wasn't in it. You could just kind of tell by the sound of my voice. I was in absolute agony, but I muddled through it and got you what you needed and stuff like that. So, coming up, by the way, I do want to mention, as long as I'm on that, we are looking at next week. We're going to do something kind of a mysteries project sort of thing, if you want to call it that. Where we're going to be looking at the movers and shakers. Veronica is going to do what she calls a DTM, which is deep trance meditation. That's her at her absolute best. That's when she really gets into the super deep woo-woo, and she does the stuff where she looks at, she goes into trance and she looks, whether this is your thing or whether it's not. It's fascinating to listen to, but you cannot refute. You cannot refute. If somebody gives you a bottom call, something like that, and you see a clear bounce off of that, this gal might know something, and she does. So anyway, we're gonna do a look at some of the movers and shakers in the crypto market, as well as young William Gates and a few other people, and see what really makes them tick. And it should be an interesting show. Hopefully that's going to be scheduled for this Thursday. It'll be a pre-recorded program. We got to get that scheduled. So, some of you guys are I don't want you pestering me going, is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? So it takes a little time because we have to get Tom, who is Ramstein Regulin, his channel. He's her conductor. And so we have to get Tom all lined up. We have to get all the questions and all this stuff. It takes a little time to get all that stuff put together. Of course, obviously, she works forced mandatory overtime in her day job and whatnot, and so we'll get it. But I'm scheduling and hoping to get it out by next Thursday. So just so you know, and then we'll be back under our regular price call channel, our price call shows that we do in the following. So now this is one that I really want to bring up because I have mentioned this coin many times as being an attractive coin for a certain type of investor. Really more so now than anything. If you got over six figures, this is an attractive coin to just get passive income off of. If you don't really want to get deep down into the looking for maximum returns, just want to buy something and get more out of it than you put into it. Atom is now at a very attractive price at 26 bucks. So you may want to consider possibly getting in on Atom. Looking at Atom right now, it looks to me like the green on the Snapdragon is starting to roll up a little bit, and that indicates that I think we're getting ready for a turnaround unless we cross this pulse marker and fall even further, which it's a crapshoot at this point. We'll have to kind of keep an eye on it, but the whole market's going to move one way or another. So as I get to talking and we're working our way here through the show, I'll keep an eye on this, but currently it looks like it's kind of basically doing one of these. So we'll be watching for that. And I expect the resistance to form right about there. So it's possible it could do like that and then down. But Atom is one that you may want to consider. If you could get it down here into the 18 to 19, I want to consider getting in on it at that. If you're in the six figures and you're up here, that's one thing. But to get it down there in the $20 range, that's something everybody should probably get a piece of. Then you can just put it in an Exodus wallet and earn 11% passive income on it, compounded. Oh, this bad boy. So how many people had their heart broke by this? This is, it really didn't take the beating that everything else did, but it came right down to the AI line, just pretty as you please. And I'm still gun shy about getting back in on this thing. I think it's a good project, but I'm apprehensive. I'm expecting more downturn on this. My intuition is kind of telling me, I could be wrong. I don't care if I'm wrong because I personally would not touch it unless we got to that level right there. Let's just say it that way. If it goes lower than this, and it should, I mean, you've got a velocity right there that'll probably repeat itself down to that line. But if it doesn't and it rebounds up and stuff like that, so be it. I'll go find something else to invest in because this thing has one of Veronica's what she calls her shiny coins. She just kind of got an apparition of this and just kind of said, buy this coin. What is it? I don't know, but you should buy it. And she was quite right about it because the thing just absolutely went crazy shortly after her prediction. But I'm telling you now, as the guy who brings realism to this whole scenario, is I'm not liking it right now in its current scenario because it could go plus or minus just like that. So I'm telling you to kind of keep a watchful eye on this, but don't consider. I'm not going to consider buying in on this until it gets to about 3.033, 0.033 or 0.032 thereabouts. Boy, it's fun seeing all this stuff all beat down, isn't it? Especially if you got extra money to buy. Whew, man. Tell you, if you're a Cardano fan, if you're a Cardano fan wanting to buy more, this is definitely a good day for you because, man, oh man, oh man. So buck, what is it? Buck 33. Cardano. Cardano is one of those African coins that we talked about. There's three or four. Dent is one of them. There's a couple of other coins. ETN, Electronium. We're gonna look at Electronium here in a minute. And I haven't looked at Electronium since this whole bash started, and I'm gonna be very curious to see how bad it got beat up. And I'm predicting probably pretty damn bad because the cheaper the coins are, the more heinous the drops are. But back to Cardano. Cardano is going to be slow but sure. And my prediction, and I've heard the same thing from a couple of other people after I kind of got the conclusion myself, I think this one's going to be the next one the SEC is going to want to come after. So you might want to be careful on this one. I've heard, I can't remember, there's a couple of different people that have kind of mimicked that same belief. I believe Bearable Bull was one of them, and I tend to believe what he says. He's a pretty credible guy, and he says it, and I kind of echo the sentiment. I think that this might be the next coin that SEC goes after, and you got to ask yourself, why would an American company just throw all of its eggs in the Africa basket? Well, because Africa is an emerging continent, and it's best to do business away from the SEC. Yeah, Zill, I'm with you, Greg. If anybody's been with the channel for a while knows, I used to talk a lot about Zill. I look at that and just keep on going. Yeah, Zill is one of those. I mean, look at it. How are you supposed to get excited about this thing? I mean, it wasn't doing that well before the dump, but now it's straight in the toilet. I mean, why would you put your money in this? And I'll tell you, I've been saying this for a while. Guys that have followed this channel, is I'm not a fan of this because it's a retail coin. Retail is sucking ass right now. Why would you put your money where, hey, roll your window down, chuck it out the window, because it basically it's the same net effect. This is not a coin. This is a shopping coin. As I'm simplifying its use case, but effectively it has to do with retail, and it's not the best example. Better than Digibyte, I'll grant you that, but not by much. Now after this recent dump, everything's going to look brilliant. Everything's going to come up. But let me show you something else here. You want to talk about brilliant turnarounds? This goddamn thing right here. This is the one that you really should be looking at. I showed you this prediction. I said this thing is going to go to at least here. I was looking at, obviously I predicted we were going to break out. Now, boom, there we go. Now, Veronica gives us a prediction of $8.50. We're sitting at $5.60 right now. So you're looking at easily probably, what is that mathematically? You're looking at, I'm rounding heavily, so don't crucify my math. But you're looking at probably easily about roughly 50% return on your money by the end of the year. How many days are left in the year? Not that many. Not that many. The same person that gave you this brilliant call is the same person suggesting you might see $8.50 on sushi. So take that into consideration. And the sushi swap is something that you can get on Coinbase. You can get it in a lot of different places. It's a good coin. I certainly wouldn't call it a stable coin, but that's kind of one of the fun parts about it. You put your money into it, and it's just all over the goddamn board. If you buy it right, you can make an awful lot of money. It's definitely a swing coin, undeniably that. But now that everything is kind of been dropped to one knee. And this was already going down, and I told you it was going down. I was waiting for, effectively, I'll tell you what I was waiting for is this. I was waiting for this thing to just kind of work its way down and eventually find bottom, do this, and get ready for an up. Now, this just adds icing to the cake, because now we've gone even lower than I expected. So what happens next? Well, I expect something, and then there we go. Inevitably, we're at the lower. You know, you guys remember my whole thing about, you know, the iceberg. You know, if you're at a certain point of the iceberg, you're way down at the bottom of the iceberg. Everything else is up. So you wanna buy as low as you possibly can. Everybody knows that, but mathematically, there's not a whole hell of a lot below the potential of going up for this. This thing has had a history of going up 300, 325% after a low. You were getting 27% on, what was that, on Atom you're talking about, Greg? You were getting 27% on Atom. Damn, I must have missed that. I'm not following along in your conversation, so. Or you talking about, you're talking about Matic. I wasn't aware you could stake Matic on Exodus. Or on Atomic. I have Atomic, I don't ever look at Atomic. Exodus has such great customer service. I mean, you know, think what you want about Exodus, but their customer service is pretty damn good. So I've never had to deal with Atomics. So I like Atomic's got a prettier looking interface, so I'll grant you that. Yeah, Zill's again, you know, I would say the same thing with Zill that I said about Digibyte. Throw it on T-Fuel. It's damn hard to lose. It's time to buy, kids. It's time to buy. Don't horse around. This is one call I'm going to give you right here live on live stream. Don't play around. Get your wallet out right now. Don't mess around. In my opinion, of course. Reef. Let me put you this way. I bought originally. I called this thing as being, before anyone even knew what this coin was. Refinance is what we're looking at. I told everybody at this point right here, buy this thing because it's going to be something great. And I'll give you the good side of this, you guys that are new on live stream here. I told everybody to buy this thing, and moments after I did, this thing took off and went up 90%. 90% in just a matter of like hours after I launched the go for it. And it's just resisted dropping over and over again. It definitely weathers a lot of storms. It's kind of a little bit like Solana. It takes a lot to beat this thing down. Well, now I gave you a prediction of coming down here. So before the dump, we had actually settled down around here. So we hit that mark. Then we dumped even further. But I'd already showed you where I thought this thing was going to go if it did. We went the extra distance. Great, whatever. So now here we are currently sitting right at the top of the box of where I said that we would be. So I'm telling you right now, this is a buy zone. Don't horse around. Buy it. Buy it, buy it, buy it. So if somebody wants to do the math, let me give you something that will knock your socks off. Anubis is predicting that this thing is going to do $3.36 in the next 5 years. Actually, less than 5. I'm just going to say 5 to keep it fun. But less than 5 years, more like 3 to 5 years. But you're currently looking at a penny and 3/4, 1 3/4 pennies, less than 2 pennies for this thing, and it's predicted, very credibly so, to go to $3.36 in the next 36 to 60 months. So this will probably be one of the most outrageous gains you could possibly make. So consider this a second free gimme for anyone. You know, this is just too good a deal to keep to myself. Don't have to be a subscriber. I want everybody to be impressed by this system. So, but right now, you couldn't ask me for a better solution, or you couldn't ask me for a better price than what you're staring at right now. It's literally sitting right at the top of the box where I tell everybody, buy this. So you got my permission, dive in, both feet. Drum roll, please. Bam. 13 cents. This is kind of hard to prove, but the guys that are in the Discord can go back and check my record on this. In somewhere in chat, I had said that I would expect 13 cents out of Doge. I would not be. I believe I said that earlier tonight. I said I would not be surprised to see us. I might have. Let me go back. I'm pretty damn sure. I'm pretty damn sure. There you go. There it is, right there. I said I would not be surprised to see this hit this exact mark right here. And that's exactly what it did. It came down to that mark and rebounded. So, are you impressed yet? This is one of my better nights. Let me put it this way. I got the bat phone call, Flemish. I got the bat phone call when I haven't told this story for a little while, so I think this is probably a very appropriate night to tell this story, the legend of Crypto Rich. So I have some of you guys are new on live stream that never heard this story before. We have a subscriber. So I'm a very old school real estate investor. I've been teaching real estate. I've been investing for I've got about 30 years under my belt, about thereabouts. I'm 54 years old. I've been an investor since I was in my early to mid 20s. And so I've got a fair amount. I'm not a skateboard kid by any stretch of the imagination. So you're listening to someone that's been in the trenches for a very long time, making and losing money. So if you want to know how to lose money, I can teach you how to do that. You want to learn how to make money, I can teach you how to do that too. So I was teaching real estate at slightly before the real estate crash, and in Indianapolis, Indiana, it was my last seminar that I hosted with some other gentlemen who are very well known in real estate. And I got on stage, and after everybody's like, buy apartments, buy apartments, buy apartments, I got on stage and absolutely pissed in everybody's cornflakes. I said, get out of real estate right now. I'm not joking. Get out now. And everybody looked at me like, what the hell? We didn't come here to Indianapolis to be told this. And I said, I'm not joking, guys. And I proceeded to spend the next hour breaking down the reasons why. And nobody in that room paid attention to me except for one gentleman, and his name is Rich. And Rich and his wife sidelined me after the first seminar, after the first day of the seminar. I said, can we take you to lunch? I said, sure, no problem. So we went out to lunch. He says, now why are you saying this? I mean, are you really sure? And I continued to kind of give him even more of a case scenario as to why. And this is before anyone knew what Corona was. This is before anybody, you listen to CNBC, they're telling you, oh, it's great, y'all should get involved, buy houses, American dream, it's all going good. And I'm like, no, it's not going good, and you're going to be screwed if you continue to do this. Now, Rich and his wife had bought I believe it was a 36-unit apartment complex in the Midwest, and that was his largest asset. And he was doing very, very well. I was happy about it. He goes, oh, why would you want me to sell this? I just got into this. I go, well, then good. Take your profit, get the hell out. I'm very blunt about this, and I said, get out. And so he says, I think we should listen to this guy. And it was a matter of less than a month. Corona hit, and we all know the rent strike thing and stuff like that. And Indian Investment Group bought from him. Now he pocketed $50,000 he pocketed $125,000, I should say, from the sale of that. And so he went his way, and he got a hold of me after I got back from Africa. And he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm doing cryptocurrency. He goes, oh, and he came in and he became one of our original investors, our original people. It is at FibbyCharts.com and at AnFairAdvantage.net or .chat. And so he said, what's this Dogecoin thing all about? I said, it's a meme coin. Are you sure you want to do it? And I plugged it into Anubis and into all of our system. And I started doing this because it was just something just for fun. And he solely used our charts, used the grids that you're looking at here, used the system that I invented here to trade just Doge. And some of you guys are not updated on his system or on his holdings right now. So he managed to take roughly less than, I'm not exactly sure exactly how much he started with. I think it was less than $50,000 he started with to get into Doge. He has only traded Doge for the first 25 trades, and managed to parlay it into over $20 million cash. Never lost a dime, never made a bad trade, never lost a single cent using nothing but the charts that you're seeing here. That's a tall order to replicate, but he done it nonetheless. So anyway, Since then, he's become a very good friend of mine. He races Porsches with me. Basically this man is the poster child for what it is I want to do for all of you guys. He has quit his job. His wife has quit her job. All of their bills are paid. They've got their dream cars, their dream vacations. They're chartering private jets to Tahiti. I mean, this is the way life is meant to be, and this is what I'm here to do, is to teach you guys, how to live that life, because I've lived it. And you could be rich or you could be poor. Trust me, being rich is a whole lot more fun. Don't let anybody convince you having money is a sin, because trust me, it's not. You could be a bigger blessing to a lot more people in this world than you can by being somebody who's broke and wanting, just like the person who's in need next to you. And don't ever let anybody convince you different. So he gives to the homeless. He's right there with me. We go to Porsche Club racing and stuff like that. You gotta have fun with your money and stuff like that. But he gives to charity, and he's doing an awful lot of amazing things. So he's not in our Discord very often. He pops in from time to time. But anyway, so to kind of bring this forward, calls me today. He goes, "Oh, Doge." I'm like, yeah, you can buy it again. So he's on his 22nd purchase of Doge. I have no doubt he's going to make more money. He didn't tell me how much he's put into it this time, but I'm looking at this thing and I'm just going, how are you going to lose on Doge? How are you going to lose on Doge? At 16 cents, are you kidding me? It's going to go to $1. It's going to go to $1.25. It's going to go to $2. It'll be just fine if you can hang on to it long enough. This is one of those dry powder moments where you could just throw monkeys with a dartboard. You could just hit anything and wait, and it's going to be impossible not to make money. So this, for those of you who had a little dry powder stuck aside, is going to be one of your finest moments this year. You will remember this night, trust me. So anyway, back to him. I don't know how much he'll give me. I'll update you guys on that. But here, yeah. So like I said, I'm going to have my little gloaty moment here. Allow me to gloat for just a minute. I told you this was going to happen. Showed you that it was going to happen, and it happened. So for you guys that are new on this live stream, I'm not joking, man. I'm the real deal. This is not a fluke. We do this every single time, every day after day after day. So if you're looking for if you're just tired of losing money, just sick of losing money, what I would highly recommend you do is join us at FibbyCharts.com. Just go to subscribe and get in. At least get in. If you're a high roller, if you got over $25,000 in crypto, you might want to get in on our platinum program. And honestly, platinum is really where you ultimately want to be. Most people end up in platinum. Platinum, we cover. Let me go ahead and show you what's in platinum here real quick. Platinum charts, basically, we cover roughly about 100 different coins. So all these coins are covered in platinum. There's charts that all feature AI that go all these different charts. And there's enough there. We also cover precious metals, and we cover the popular stocks and stuff like that. So that's our platinum thing. If you're a higher level trader and you want more charts, more information, or if you really want to get into the nitty gritty of this, go Platinum Pro. Platinum Pro is not for everybody. I understand that, but the level of information is just insane. And so we've got an awful lot more stuff above this that we're adding to the Platinum Pro. And we're adding even more coins to Platinum Pro. We've got some of the new metaverse stuff that's in there. And so SAND and ALBT, IOTX, Gala, we just added this. Actually, got to get the correct tagline, but RMTK, RMSK, I can't remember what that actually is, but but we just added this one, and there's going to be quite a bit more that's coming in behind that. So the Platinum Pro list is where our objective is to grow it to 500 different coins that we're tracking at any given time. So that we want this to be a serious trade platform for guys that have, $25,000, $30,000, $35,000 or more. It makes sense for somebody to get into Platinum Pro, especially if you're an aggressive trader. So, but there's different levels of chats and access to me and stuff like that as you go too. The higher levels get more hands-on time with teacher. That's just how it goes. that setter for you guys, he's one of our diamonds. So how you doing, buddy? I'm watching Shiba go down. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I'm like, are you still swinging at it at the lower, or did you use up all your powder? Did you get in? I was actually thinking of you, Vetser. I was actually thinking of where you were at with that. Did you get in on the bottom on some of this? Because if you did, man, shit, you're going to end this year really well. Guys, let me read for those of you that can't see his comment. He dropped $1 million. Was it on Shiba? He's probably the one that moved the damn market. VetSetter's one of our more aggressive traders that's in our group. Hey, by the way, VetSetter, I've got a gift for you. I've got I don't know why they sent this to me, and I meant to, since you're on live stream, it's just coming to my mind. I got a gift for you I'd like to give you, buddy. He's VetSetter. He's got 6 different Corvettes. That's where he gets his name from. And I'm a Porsche guy, and I actually ordered a gigantic Porsche logo for my garage, and for whatever goddamn reason they sent me a Porsche logo, but they also sent me a Corvette, aluminum Corvette thing too. So private message me your address and I'll fire that off to you. Consider it a little early Christmas gift to you, okay, bud? You'll like it. It's a Corvette double flag thing. It's made out of aluminum. It's full color. It's probably about, I don't know, maybe about a yard wide, something like that. Something you can stick up in your garage or whatever if you want. Yeah, just private message me your address and I'll send it off to you. All right, so here's another prediction. Just the hits just keep on coming. So I told the guys that were in VIP that I was talking to about for ICP, and I just had this conversation earlier today. I said ICP is one. I think I told the Diamonds. VetSetter, did I not comment exactly this? VetSetter's the Diamond, so you can verify that I posted this. Did I not just post that this is where I expect to be buying right here? I believe this is where I posted this in the Diamond section, and here we are, bang, dead on in the middle of it. So, done. MJR, I got a message for you. You need to get a hold of Veronica. She has something she needs to tell you. I'm not going to get in the middle of that, and that's for her. But I have, if you're MJRs who I'm thinking of, you need to get a hold of. Private message me on Discord. It's something you probably need to talk to her. She wanted to tell you were in Vegas with us, were you not, MJR? If you're who I'm thinking you are, you were with us in Vegas. Is that correct? Yeah. No, he dropped $1.25 million. Did he not? Did you not, VetSetter? I think it was like $1.25 million. So I wasn't paying attention, but he was on his phone, trading $1 million on his phone, making everything. He's being a baller. Okay, I was thinking of somebody else. I'm sorry. Just disregard that comment. I have a Platinum Pro guy. I was thinking that's who you were. So, all right. So anyway, ICP. Should you buy it? Yes. Hell yes, you should buy it right now. Right now. The prices, guys. Everything's a good deal. Everything's a good deal. But this is one of these that I want to put on your radar. That right now, there's no sense in trying to wait for a bottom. If it goes lower, who gives a rip? Buy it right now. It really literally is a very, very attractive price. It looks like it probably could go a bit lower because all the indicators, but I mean, lower is a matter of, pennies, whatever. I don't see it going much lower than it really is right now, by much. It's triple tested once, twice, 3 times. It's triple tested its bottom here. So unless we get into a secondary dump, boy, I tell you, I do want to kind of leave that window open. But just look at this. This has just been a and it just dumped down here. We legitimately have hit a bottom part of this, so I don't think I would sweat. But anyone looking at this is wondering why I would suggest you would want to look at that. Good God. Anyone that would wonder why I would suggest you would want to buy this, because this was hype going into this, and it got listed and people dumped. This thing got hyped up. Internet computer is going to be something in the future. This is something you're going to have to sit on for a while. So I'm not suggesting this is a cheap coin. This is not, guys that are working with less than $10,000. This just ain't your coin. This ain't your pony. Don't try to ride it. But guys that have over $250,000 in crypto, that are looking for something long term that's going to show some really attractive gains. This one's it. You definitely want. This is what we call an ISO coin. This is one that you definitely want in your blue chip portfolio. That Cetera, you would be one of those people. So I'm very curious to see how Solana did. Solana just not bad, not bad. Everything took a beating today. Even the ones that usually stand tall in the face of a drop. I mean, that's no small thing for Solana to take a dip of 30%. Holy shit. Again, Solana, if you guys are in the bigger bucks, I can't give an actual dollar figure. That's on you. But if this is a longer term. This is a hold coin. You're not flipping this. You're holding this for 3 to 5 years and then getting out, and just enjoying nice steady gains. Look at the gains this thing's had. I mean, it's just been ridiculous. I have to get in a better scale of sense, but just look at the gains this thing has had. I mean, this is a monster. Just a monster. And to be honest, when you look at that dip that we just had, which was 30%, in the grand scheme of things, it didn't shit. So this thing is, who wishes they would have bought in on that? Look at that, fabulous. I mean, if this is 30%, look at the gains this thing has had. I brought this thing to you guys clear. I bought in back here, but clear back here, I told you guys to get in on this thing when it was down there around about, I can't remember how much it was when I first introduced. I want to say it was somewhere around about $7-8, I think, when I brought this thing to the charts. But I mean, now that we're up there around $200, I mean, just smoking, and there ain't no looking back. This thing's going to see a day when it's going to be up in the $1,200 range. Make no mistake about it. So this is a coin that if you can get a good price on it, get it, and then throw it in the shelf, or throw it on the shelf and just ignore it for a while. Look at it once a year and smile and know that you got more money than you put in, and just keep holding it until it's time to inevitably sell it at some point in time, which would be probably no sooner than 5 years, I would say. Now, persistence. Was having a conversation on persistence as well. I told everybody I'm not a fan. That was my prediction of the drop. There's pretty much the bulk of it right there. And persistence. The white dove's telling you it's going to go up, okay, but I was telling you it was going to go down, and it did. So whatever she thinks she sees, it's not in the short term. So if you guys are a believer in this coin, I don't know why you would be, because I haven't gotten anything on my radar yet to make me want to dig in my pocket and buy it. But nonetheless, if you want to buy it, the price is far more attractive now. It's $6.50 than it was way back at, what was it, $10 some. Did Bitcoin just get a power wick or something? You guys make these comments. I gotta go back and check, see what you're talking about. Did they get a big gigantic slam wick up or down? Oh man, this has got to be just making people that didn't see this coming sweat. Now, I don't know if we covered this or not. Crypto.com. Yeah. Yep. All right. Whoops. Shit. So, when I hit them, I hit them. I don't kid around. So, I had 2 hits on this, 2 perfect hits on this. So, I told everybody that, we have something called a 50% move and a whole move. So I told everybody this is probably going to hit at 50% in the circle here, and you can see it came down and did exactly that, bounced up, and then we got the waterfall. I had showed you how bad it could get when it gets bad, and bam, that's exactly to the pixel, baby, again and again and again. So crypto.com, should you be buying it? Well, yeah. I know I sound like a broken record, but crypto.com, going when we had our get together in Vegas, it was absolutely crazy because I mean it was on every billboard on the strip. It was on the side of a casino. They're renaming coliseums and stuff. I mean, crypto.com is throwing just an ass load of money at advertising, and you know, it's. I'll tell you what, I'm ecstatic to see this price on crypto.com because all of this was due in part to the advertising that they're doing, and to see, excuse me, to see this run all the way up and then come back, three quarters or 2/3 pullback, fabulous. Because this is probably the bottom for this. Quite honestly, it is probably the bottom because if you take that and you go all the way across, let's get the marker. If you go all the way across, you're coming right across a lot of support and resistance, and so I'm quite confident saying that's probably good enough. Call it good. 53 cents on crypto.com. If you can get crypto.com at 53 cents and buy this thing and sit back and wait for this thing, it's going to do very, very well because this is the new Coinbase competitor. Amen to it. Amen to it. And if you guys are subscribed to our charts and stuff like that, I do want to show you something because I think all you should know. I don't normally advertise inside of our charts and stuff like that, but let me show something here. Go back to, I don't have it on the Pro, I have it on gold charts. So you guys have Platinum Pro, you can go back, but definitely you want to use that link because we'll get you 20. Use that link in that referral code. Anyway, actually, you guys are on live stream and want to do that. If you go to crypto.com and you type in a referral code, ZDAY GZ9SAN, we'll get you $25 for free in your account. We make $25 to support the channel, so obviously that's a paid commercial deal, but supports our humble little efforts here to help you guys get rich. But we'll put $25 in your pocket in a crypto.com account. I am highly impressed with this company. They don't pay me for this, obviously, but I just started using this, and I'll tell you what the real gain here is for this, especially right now, right here, today, why this is probably the most relevant thing that I could be talking about. You could get in on this, and they will let you trade 0 fees for 30 days, the first 30 days. Can you imagine a better scenario than to watch everything go straight in the toilet and then not have to pay fees to buy it? So if you're getting in on crypto.com right now today, you get in there, you go through KYC, and they approve you. Right now, we're sitting at the bottom of, theoretically, the bottom of the market. You're not going to pay any fees to buy at the lowest price. I mean, how could you lose on that scenario? Plus, you get $25 on top of it. So take a look at that and see if that interests you. If you guys are subscribed to the charts, just click on that link and use it. It's worth it. Now, 1 inch is, I haven't really talked about 1 inch. I'm a big fan of 1 inch. I'm a huge fan. So here we go. That zone was there for quite a while. Now, had a predicted level. That's my first overall miss, and it doesn't mean we're not quite there yet, but close, very close. So actually, that predicted level was from way over here. Actually, to be fair about that. But got pretty darn close on that. So, however, more to the point, $2.50, 1 inch is a fantastic price. I think I would be diving in on that if you want to own some decentralized exchange, get a little of that in your portfolio. This is the one. I mean, Sushi Swap obviously is good, but you look at Sushi Swap at its price is 5 to 6 times more expensive than 1 inch, and 1 inch is a better platform. Sorry, it just is. So for it to be priced at $2.50 up against Sushi's whatever it is pretty criminal. So I think 1 inch is woefully underpriced for what it is. So I've always been an advocate of owning this because I think it's going to come from behind and be a massive surpriser. I don't know if I looked at Algorand yet or not. Yep, another hit. So there's the prediction. Yeah, told everybody she was going to come down to that line, and there she blows. some of you guys that subscribe to the live stream, how many hits like this have you seen me hit this many in a row in one given night? I mean, even the guys that are with me have got to be pretty impressed by what you're seeing. I don't think any of you have ever seen me hit this many straight up in a day. Some of you haven't been with me long enough to remember the good old days. When we get into a bull market, if you like what you're seeing now, you ain't seen nothing yet. Because the guys that are old school that have been with me for over a year, they're like, there wasn't ever a day I couldn't step to the plate and pull 30% profit out daily, hourly. And so it's coming, guys. I told you probably about 2-3 weeks ago in a broadcast, there was going to come a day when every time I step to the plate, I'm going to be just absolutely annihilating it. And you're starting to see it. Yeah, you're fairly new. Kent is one of our diamonds. Yeah, this is what you've been waiting for, Kent. I told you this was coming. Habanero, he's been with me for a while. You can remember that. His real name's Peter. You can remember that, can't you, Peter? It's been like that. I think Peter was with me last summer. Here's one. I think I made no predictions on this because I haven't been watching it all that much. I want to comment on it though. So again, one prediction I made earlier is like the 50%. Obviously, it hit that. Um, so here's what I want to tell you on excuse me, is that anchor or loop ring? That should not say anchor. I think our charts got turned around here. Pardon me on that. We're gonna have to get a. Let me make a correction here. We got a coding issue here. So hold on just a second. Loop ring should be. Give me just a minute. We got the wrong chart. In Trading View once in a while it kind of gets kind of loopy on me here, so I have to. Yeah, I'll fix that after the thing. So anyway, maybe I can get it pulled up on another chart. There we go. Okay. So loop ring is down at $1.60 now. This is one of those layer 1, layer 2 type deals. Not hard to believe why this happened. Let me kind of teach a little theory here. So most people say, "Well, I just never saw this drop coming. There's no reason why this drop should have ever come." There is a reason. You just have to understand what you're looking at, because basically what it is this right here. If I can grab it. Oh, come on. Tell you what, Trading View just does not like me some days. Good Lord, Trading View, come on. There we go. Now I gotta get over here again and try and move it. All right. So is that right there? So this velocity difference between the inside of the pit to point, this distance right here is coming off of that M right there. So it's not hard to believe that that would have happened. Now, if anyone would have seen that and recognized it, they would have saw that and they would have applied it broadly across the market and said, yeah, well, if it's doing it, if I can find other stocks, or not stocks, if I can find other cryptos that are making this general gesture, we're probably going to see the same exact thing across the board. So I'm not going to say that I would have saw that because I wasn't paying attention to loop ring, but you can see there is justification for believing or understanding why this dump happened, because it was already forecasted. TA would have shown it if you would have known what to look for. However, I was using different indicators and basically got to the same conclusion across the board on all these things. That's why I was able to do that. But loop ring wasn't one that I was watching. However, I will tell you this. Hold on just a second. I'm going to shut my mic off here for a second while I cough. Sorry, I talk so much I have to kind of clear my throat. So I was not watching this because I've got an awful lot of these things to keep a lot of plates spinning. However, I will tell you this: this is a layer 1, layer 2 solution. It's hot. Red Bear has talked about this. Red Bear is our technical director that talks about coins, and does our coin research for us on theunfairadvantage.chat. And he has talked about this, and he did a special report that you can find in this channel. You can go back and look at layer 1s, layers 2, and he will mention loop ring as being important and integral to that. So having said that, we're looking at a sub $2 coin right now and asking ourselves, should we be owning it? Layer 1, layer 2s are massively important going forward. It is hot, hot property. So will this turn around? Should you buy it? Yes and yes. Again, it seems like everything's a yes, but there's some that are far more yes than others. This one's in the top echelon of ones that you should probably highly, highly consider, especially at such an attractive price. Now, we wanted to talk about ETN. I'll bet you this thing just got beat. Yeah, didn't look like it was that bad. I have to probably take a look at the percentages. So we can see that this thing is turning around right now. So this is front running the rest of the market and showing us where the rest of the market's going to go. So I think swinging back and looking at Shiba here, Shiba's not surprising me at all. We've gone under, we bounced. This is a dead cat bounce. We basically bounced off that, came up, rejected off the bottom of the channel. Now we're squeezing. Let me get into my chalk talk here. So we're basically coming down here, rejecting off that. We're going to squeeze into this, and whatever we're going to do from there, we do. Now I'm not going to give you a forecast on that just yet, but I will tell you that it makes every bit of sense for this to probably go down again. My thought is the whole market will probably likely give you just a little bit of something to do. It'll load up, it'll hit that, and depending upon if we go into a second red session here, then you can darn well bet you that we're going to go down. What you're going to be watching for is this. You're watching for this bubble to close. If this bubble closes, that means that the party's over. It's not going down any lower. So you're watching that, and you're watching this blue marker. So if it crosses that marker, the very next candle, and you're looking at a 15-inch candle, the next 15 minutes, you're going to see a direction change. Probably you'll notice that every time we hit one of these candles, we seem to kind of do something. Or every time we hit one of those markers, we seem to kind of make some sort of a gesture, either up or down. You'll notice that they're there for a reason. That's part of the grid system. So when we get to this next one, it's likely, we could very well go down, or we could very well go up. So that's going to be indicated by what this bubble does and by what these charts do right here. So I can see that we're moving towards oversold, which that's slightly bearish. We're rolling towards potential green, could be a second session of red, so we're neutral on that. We are still bearish, so we're basically kind of indecisive on our three indicators down here. So really all we've got to charge from is we're looking where our green versus our red versus our blue is right now, and right now it's not looking too good. So from a bullish perspective, so my guess is we might very well work our way back down and taste the bottom of this box again one more time, and from there we'll make a decision what we're going to do. So if we look at it from this way, this is ETN. So if we looked at ETN, what can we derive from ETN? Well, ETN looks like it's trying to roll out, but if we use standard technical analysis would show us that basically what we have here is kind of basically a bear flag, which should take us down further. Not suggesting that's going to happen, though. There's certain elements about this that don't quite give us a pure formation. It kind of looks like it's starting to wander around a little bit, so it's indecisive at best. This is starting to get bullish, this is starting to get bullish, this is starting to get bullish, and I don't have that. Let me darken up the bubble is actually right here. It's just not. Let me darken that up a little bit for you here. Some of these bubbles are not as dark as other ones, so I know it's a little bit confusing. I do that because it's kind of hard to read. So there we go. So looking at it, looks like the bubble's closing a little bit. So I'm not sure why that's doing that. There we go. There. So the downward motion seems to be coming to a stop or to a slowdown here, so we might be going neutral on this for a while. And by the look of this, just guessing, we might very well go sideways for a little bit and then make a decision after that. So ETN, this could theoretically be the floor. Is the price at 0.01 blah 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 attractive? Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, look at how it is right now compared to the rest of the chart. I mean, you know, at some point this thing's got to turn around and do something, you know, if it's gonna go the distance. So that's a long way to the bottom there. So you may very well you may have to hang on to this for a while before this thing starts to really get crazy bullish. But just to regain ground from where we ultimately lost, if we were to go back up there and see that, you're looking at 100% return on your money. I'm not saying you're going to get that overnight, but this is one of those little penny stock things, or those sub penny stock things. You know, you don't go all in on. You just buy a little bit of it and see, just set it aside and watch it and wait and see what happens. You never know. So Gala, Sand, ALBT, and definitely the Internet of Things. That's not what I want to see. What's going on here? All right, let's get that down to a 1 hour and see what's going on. All right, so IOTX, that one's easy to predict. Let me show you. My OCD has got to have that be green. All right. So currently, this thing is the bubbles are starting to. This is turning. This is always your first indicator that you look at. This thing is kind of rolling to the downside, meaning don't get excited about this pumping and going to the moon. It's not happening. This is always the first thing. If this isn't in agreement with all the other bullish indicators, then you really shouldn't be super bullish about it. One of the other things that I'm looking at is notice that we are 125% away from the moving average. Now this is on a 1 hour chart, not on a 15, but that is way too far away from the moving average to think that this thing is going to hold ground. Something has to change. This has to come up radically. This has to come down. So what I'm suggesting is probably likely to happen is this will probably take a move down as this is moving up, and it'll meet somewhere in the middle or whatever. So my thought is I wouldn't look to this to hold ground inside of this channel. It'll most certainly come down to at least probably about there, and then do whatever from there. So if you have an opportunity to buy, I would put it probably right about there on IOTX. Boom, right down. All right, so Veronica tells us that she sees this being a buck. We didn't ask for the bottom end, so she tells us where she's seeing $1.10 by March of next year. We were asking some questions, you know, by the end of the year. We were asking by end of first quarter. Go back and listen to that show, and you'll understand why I was asking that. Because we're expecting some really nasty stuff to happen around between the 9th and the 12th of the first part of the year. Still can't get into that yet, but it's gonna be bad, guys. So it's gonna affect everything: crypto, cash, stocks, bonds, houses, you name it. But we'll address that as the closer we get to that, the more information I'll be able to release. But right now, I'm not allowed to talk about that just yet. So I'm not supposed to affect timelines and start verbalizing that and putting it out there yet. So want to, but I can't. So I will simply say this: that we're looking at a good buying opportunity on ALBT, which is a very good coin. This is one that Red Bear has brought to us. It's just getting handed right now because nobody knows what it is, what it's good for. And so to buy this at 52 cents, It's not a bad price. It's not a bad price at all. Again, this is one of those that just slid down for so long. Sooner or later, it's going to have its moment. It's going to start coming up. And you don't have to come up that much to make an appreciable amount of money. Let's just come up to the most recent support and resistance. Just to come up that far, you get a 26% return on your money. Probably in a pretty short period of time, in less than a week. Sand, same thing. I showed you here that this is a support. We fell right out of the support, but we fell right to the next support. So, sand is a metaverse coin, and this is I was basically telling everybody with this that I would be careful buying these, and I was right. I would be careful buying these because what got us to this point was hype. And even though it didn't play completely out, it actually kind of still proved my point. What I was expecting is, well, I guess I did kind of get that, so I guess I was right. So 1, 2, if you go back and you look, it wasn't a very high one, but yeah, I guess I take that back. Yes, it was. So yeah, it absolutely did play exactly like I said. I said we're going to get 3 waves, just like that, and that's exactly what we got. And what do you get after that? You get the inevitable dump. So we always dump to the flat side. So this was completely by the book, the way that it should have played. So the comment that I made to everybody is I think I would be staying away from metaverse coins now, because there was a time about, let's just say last month, where metaverse, Zuckerberg came out talking about he's going to change the world. We're all going to live on the computer. We're going to have these damn things slapped to our face, and we're not, blah, blah, blah. We're never going to go outside anymore. Sounds great. Sounds great. So it was real hot, and everybody wanted anything to do with metaverse and anything related to metaverse, and sand was one of them. And sand just went absolutely berserk, as did several other coins. And so now that hype cycle is over. And I said to everybody, I think I would stay away from this thing until it really hits the bottom, and then buy back in again when it gets the second wave of popularity. You got time. You got time. I don't think that we're at the bottom yet with this, even though it does share the same type of formation going downward as a lot of others. Now that the hype cycle is over, this is just another coin. It's okay. What new shiny thing do we have to talk about, or what new little catchphrase do we have? It was meta, 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 meta all last month. And so now sand finds itself in yesterday's news cycle. And so what of it? I mean, is it going to go up again anytime soon? Anytime you see a pump like this, don't expect another one right behind it. I mean, they do happen, but not naturally they don't. So realistically, you're looking at probably a couple of months before this thing starts to see anything that's going to be appreciable again. I a lot to say on this, but effectively what I'm telling you is don't chase old success hoping for new success on the tail of it on the same coin. The exact coin you should not be buying right now is a coin that just pumped, meaning sand. Sand just kind of went completely crazy here, and so I got to get in on it too. Too late. Too late. Party's over. So this is so take this off your shopping list. There just is no reason to be buying this right now. And I'm speaking broadly, of course. But you have time. But what I want you to do is put this on your shopping list for later, maybe at the first part of next year, meaning in about a month or so. Come back and look at this again, because it's going to have its day. But where I'd like to see you buy this thing, and we almost already are there now, let's say maybe perhaps if we dip under this white line. If we dip under that white line, then it is truly, in fact, a bargain. If we get into this, let's just say, if we get inside this box right here, then you got my blessing. Because that's going to be a true deep discount, because we've got support. You got support right now that's being manufactured by that. So of course we hit right here. Question is what do we do after that? My guess is probably it'll just go sideways, and we might get less enthusiasm for it as the hype cycle wears off even more, and in we go. Remember how I told you how the box has 3 parts: the top, the inside, and down? That's exactly how this is going to play. It's going to hit the top of the box, check number 1. It's going to walk across the top of it. It's going to capitulate and fall inside. That's step number 2. And we get inside the box, then wherever we go from there, we'll get trapped in the box. So the box is where you would want to buy this thing, but you don't buy it with the understanding that you want to turn around and make money, buy on Monday, sell on Tuesday. That's not how this is going to work. If you're going to buy sand, you're going to buy it, you're going to hold it until Metaverse gets built out and it's a thing. It's kind of like buying in on the telephone before everybody had one. They were kind of like buying in on black and white televisions hoping the color's coming someday. It's kind of that sort of thing. It's a long-term investment. All right, what else do we have to talk about? Engine. The engine's another one of these that, man, wow. So these markers, these 50% markers right here, you'll notice a consistency. We always go to the AI line below, but we always come back up right to my predictors. So these predictors are where I see the bulk of the bottom being. So I don't mean to confuse anybody, but we didn't get the bottom, you didn't pick the bottom. Well, a lot of times I do. What my system does is it picks up bottom averages, and that is a bottom average when you look at this. So the distance between here and here is not that appreciable. So now, as far as engine, should you be owning it? Uh, you know, if this is one we see doing really well. It's not my thing. I'm just not in love with it. And I don't mean to cast any dispersions on it. It's just not my thing. Um, some of you guys probably know the use case for this a lot better than I do. I was aware of it at one point, and it kind of fell off my radar. To me, it's not a sexy coin. It's not. Now, I want to say one thing about that. To me, it's not a sexy coin. However, I showed this to Veronica, and she goes, "Ooh, it's sparkly." Sparkly's good. So she tends to like this coin. So she's got a belief that she didn't give us any prophecies or predictions on this. I'll go back and hit her up again one more time. But she was quite. She took a look at this in Vegas, put her finger right on it, said this one, this one. She pointed right at it. So be that as it may. So if you put any emphasis on, or you put any belief and the things that she tends to take a liking for. XYO would be an example. She called this one sparkly. She liked it quite a bit, commented on it quite a bit. So, now what does that mean? I don't have any, sorry again, I don't have any price predictions yet, but I will circle back and ask her. However, the price right now, if you're considering that and that alone, probably would not be unattractive. We should probably be talking about Decentraland being another meta coin. So, boom, boom, boom. Boy, this one really got a pounding. So, this one went right through resistance 1, through resistance 2, straight to resistance 3. This one really got handed. $3.27. I don't track this one enough or pay that much attention to this one to really give you an outstanding thing. But again, this is a meta coin. Same thing I just told you about sand applies to this. So I think you should probably put this one on the back burner for a while. Look at this thing at the first part of next year. Just put a mental marker on these prices right now, and if we are below them later on, then you want to buy. If you're looking at probably, well, I'd hate to say down here at 72 cents, but if you're down here probably, let's say about $1.90, let's just say sub $2. Anything sub $2 on this, you might want to consider buying if you want to be a big metaverse guru or whatever that is. All right, see if there's anything else I want to discuss here. Telcoin was one that a few of you guys were thinking about picking up Telcoin. Telcoin actually bounced quite impressively back. For the downturn, holy crap, Telcoin, this is the first one that really kind of got it all back after a drop. This is, again, another Red Bear exclusively brought to us. That's a lot of bot action, guys. Somebody wants that thing to be there. So I'll simply say that this one's got the manipulation happening, so be careful with it. All right, so one more time with Shiba. Yeah, let's do it. So Shiba's going into a sideways pattern, guys. So we are on a time marker, which is these blue, which means it's time to make a move. So let's take a real quick look. See, we're potentially rolling green. We are to the upside. So this one's kind of bearishly neutral, slightly bearishly neutral. This one hasn't made a decision yet. This one's curving up a little bit. We are just kind of neutral. This thing's not sending out any really strong vibes up or down. So again, like I said, I would expect to probably squeeze our way into this wedge before we do anything. We might make our next decision probably at that time marker there. So just so you know. All right, guys. So you guys got any questions here? I'll just throw it open to the group. If you guys, I know there's always a tape delay and stuff. I'm gonna quiet my mic here for a minute while I take a drink and clear my throat again. But if you guys got any questions here, I'm gonna leave the mic off here for a second. But if you guys want to ask me something, I'll leave it open for questions here before I shut down for the night because it's 1:30 in the morning here my time right now. I did XRP at the top. I will take a look at it again here one more time. So, man, did anybody think they were ever going to get... She fell right into my predicted box, though. That was a tall order, but she filled. Now, to look at this, really don't look like the drop's over, guys. And again, I was... We could achieve this. We seriously could achieve under 50 cents XRP. That's going to make some people shit their collective pants, but you know, hey, do what you gotta, right? No problem, Ted. Hey, I'm happy to do any live stream that makes me look like a hero. I look like a damn genius tonight for all the hit calls. So this is the way it's supposed to work. When the manipulation, when they're not using the information against us, I can hit these things like this all the time. So this is what makes it fun, is we can get those really super deep buys. You know, once in a while we get these down cycles if we can get them. Can I elaborate on my predictions and how I know? Well, it's a lot of things. Basically, I have an intuitive ability. I don't talk about it because I don't like to weird you guys out. But I'm a natural intuitive. That's probably why I'm part of the 21 group. But that's neither here nor there. But I also use my predictive analysis in these AI bots. But I also am a part of the 21 group, which is made up of some very high level bankers, high level military people, military trained remote viewers, psychics, channelers, you know, this, that, and the other things. So we've got a lot of different cross opinions on stuff, and so I bring a lot of that into this. Not only that, but my buddy Veronica Jane, she comes on here, we talk, and so she's not a member of the 21 group, although we would love to have her be a part of that. She's not aware of any of that just yet, so that's a conversation for another time. So I'm around an awful lot of different things that you guys don't get to see, and so what you're hearing is some inside information. You're hearing some very strong intuition based upon 30 years of experience, plus my very accurate gut feeling, mixed with an incredible level of technology. To answer your question in a very broad sense. No, she didn't give, but I did, and we hit it on dent. You want to know? $11. So buckle up, kids. Yeah, Simon, right now is the time you be buying dead. Right now. Right now. Now, the $11, obviously, that's going to be a few years before we get there. But, you know, if you could buy it at the prices we're looking at right now, go for it. Open-minded, you don't like XRP? You're listening to a 1% owner of XRP. I'm in the upper 1% owner of it. Populous? Yeah, I think we did Populous already, but you must have come in late. So looking at this, this is shaping up to hit my next prediction here. Yeah, exactly. It's shaping up exactly. So basically, you always take your velocity and you move it to the pit of the next little kick up, and that's how you get, you know, down to the AI line. So if it's going to get to this one, you guys know the magnetic power of that. I'm not going to hesitate for a single second. If it's going to follow this, you can darn well bet you this is where it's going to end up at. So if populace goes to there, oh, boys and girls, if you get to that, let me, I don't see it in here just yet. I have to, hold on a second. Yeah, see, look at this is this baby blue line here. This is the 200 EMA. We're right on the 200 EMA, so this thing can swing just fine and not violate getting away from that. Um, it's to get down to like 52 cents. It's very possible. It's very, very possible. If you're in at 64 cents, don't worry, you're not going to get hurt. If this thing is going to go down, I don't. This thing just does not have a history of wandering too far from home. If it goes down, if it goes down or it goes up, it'll always find baseline, and baseline's right there, undeniably. So your next time marker, by the way. So here's the other thing too, and this is probably how it's going to shape up. Every time it hits one of these time markers, it just does a violent move. So it's very possible that it could hit this. This is a pulse marker, not a time marker. Hit that pulse marker and drop down here, and then rebound back up. But here's what I'm going to tell you: is whenever we kind of come back up, to kind of go back, and I said this like 2 live streams ago, and I should probably fill in the backside of the story. I want it to go down here because here's what I'm telling you: is I already know where the ceiling, where it's gonna smack on. I already know it's right here. It's absolutely right here, undeniably. So let's assume that if it goes down here to here, just does whatever it does, and then shoots up like this, which this thing has a history of doing. Let me show you, and I'm just talking theory, so don't get all crazy. Um, yeah, I'll take 83%, 83, 84% all day long because it's going to happen probably in about 3 candles. It'll move that fast. So I'll tell you why I get this prediction, because it's a mean of several, but basically you've got your first legitimate support and resistance starts happening right there. Plus, it's the one thing that you can never refute if you understand these charts. It sits at a dual AI line. So the dual AI line, the first one is right there, and these things are absolutely magnetic. It'll just flash up there, tap it, and then back down. So if you get this thing bought, if you're on an exchange that allows buying and selling, what I would do is I would say this: I would grab whatever, enter a price to buy down however you feel, whatever you feel. If you believe me and you say, okay, well, I'm going to take a shot and see what Barron thinks. If he says it's going to go to 52 cents, then I'll take 52. Enter an order for 52 cents. When that fills, and it's looking like it might. If it fills, then turn around and do your very next order for let's just round it up. Let's just make that an interesting. Let's be conservative. We could go 95, but let's not. Let's say let's keep it to the conservative side, and let's just make it 93 cents. You go to sell this thing at 93 cents, and just set it and forget it. Because I will tell you how this will play, because it always seems to work this way. This thing will go along, it'll hit the next time cycle, it'll go whoosh, and it'll come back down. And it won't go whoosh, whoosh, and go even higher, because we're not ready for that yet. What it'll do is you'll get it, you'll take profit, and it'll come back, and you go, oh my God, I made all this money. And what it'll do is it'll probably hit this, and it'll probably do whatever, but eventually it's going to find its way back down to baseline, because it always does. And so when it does that, basically you got your profits locked in, and then check in with me on another live stream, and then we'll talk about what to do next. Yeah, so you made 12%. Hell, show that to your banker. He ain't giving you that. Show that. Charles Schwab ain't doing that for you. Where am I buying PPT? Wherever I can get it. I'm in a different class than you guys are. I don't mean to make that sound funny, but it's the truth. So what I do and how I do it is different than you guys would. Through a broker would be the short answer to that. And no, it's not Caleb and Brown, but you could. I'm a Scorpio. Josie knows that. That's what she's talking about. I wouldn't. Not that you'd get the chance because the goddamn banks are never open. Jeez, man. I'm telling you. I talked about this on a live stream a while back. One of the major banks now is closed every day except for 4 hours on a Wednesday in the middle of the day. I'm like, are you shit? They just want you doing everything through the money machine out in the parking lot. You know, the days of going in. I've said this many times before, but it just bears repeating. I was with my son today, and we just do our business through the money machine. You can make deposits, you can make cash deposits and cash withdrawals, and do basically most of your banking out of the damn machine in the parking lot. I would rather, because some idiots, I went to make a deposit in a checking account. I have 3 checking accounts. I went to go make a deposit in a checking account. I literally showed my bank card to the gal behind the counter and behind the bulletproof glass. I said, I want to put this check in this account. Showed her the card, had to give her the card. I gave her the card, and you know what she did? She still managed to put the damn check in the wrong account. I get all the way home at like 3, or no, what was it, 4:10? And I just log in just because I just had this gut feeling I better double check her. And I'm like 12 miles away, or not 12 miles, probably about 8 miles away from the bank. And by God, I look and see the wrong checking account. I'm like, you dirty son of a. And so I had to go screaming across town, get there 5 minutes to close. And I go, what are you doing? She goes, oh, sorry. Sorry, don't cut it because your bank's going to charge me fees when I start bouncing checks and stuff like that. I mean, these guys are just, I don't know. Have you had your vax today? Are you retarded? What the hell? You know, and so, I mean, they're just absolutely, their training is, it's, don't even get me started. And so if I could, at least the money machine, I've got a paper trail. You know, I can use my own. I can use my own judgment. I can use my own entry or whatever. But looking in the bank, I can't even remember the last time I went physically into the bank. But looking through the window, it's like they're half moved out. There's no computers behind the counter. There's like it literally looks like they're just kind of like they look like a pop-up bank. They don't hardly have any of the infrastructure they used to have. There's no decorations in there, and like you can tell they got 1 foot out the door. It's only a matter of time before they completely close the doors and just shutter the windows and do business in the parking lot. We're headed there. If anybody thinks differently, they're just not paying attention. I had another one of those conversations with people today where you know, I don't like this digital. I think it's all a bunch of scam. I would never do that. Like, oh, you would never. And I laugh about that because I was talking to a gal that she was, I can't remember how we on ramped the conversation, but I told her that I teach and track currency. And she said, "Oh, I would never do any of that. I don't understand that." I'm like, "Well, you're going to be forced to." You know, I felt compelled to tell her. It was like, "Well, you better get with the program because the program's coming whether you like it or not." And some of these people you can't reach. So I just don't understand how these people are going to be on ramped fast enough. It's abundantly clear to me that there's going to be a crazy amount of people that are just utterly lost when the big transition happens. And I translate that to mean financially wiped out when the big thing happens. So I mean, understand, you guys, some of you guys might feel like you're very poor. You're not. Knowledge is everything. Knowledge is everything. Speaking of which, we're looking at XLM here. We're about ready to break out of the box. We're at the 50% point on my predictor here. We're going to go down to this red line here. I think we're just moments from decision time. Let's just go ahead and just let that run while I'm just telling stories and we're talking and stuff. But I think we're probably gonna come down to the order line here. So having said that, the rest of the market, let's do this. I'm gonna keep a couple of these open. I know you guys are subscribers already. You've got the charts, but for those of you that are not subscribers, what are you doing? Join. Seriously though, we would love to have you guys join us. So go to fibbycharts.com and subscribe. Take a test. You know, just subscribe to Bronze, subscribe to something, and get in the group and see what's going on. Because you really, you know, for this amount of money, if I haven't proven myself to you tonight of all nights, You don't belong in crypto. You really truly need to have somebody that's got your back, and I emphatically have your back. I want to see all you guys do very well. But if you really want to be in the program that really's got your back and does daily supports, that's gold level. So take a shot at jumping in on gold level. Let me prove myself again to you guys. Never a finer time to get in. So anyway, go get that right there while we're doing this. Whoops. So yeah, we're looking like we're shaping up for a drop here again. Pretty much all of it is. Yeah, I have my days, TD. I have my days. Today is definitely one of those days. Took your wife 30 Yeah, I don't. I'm sure all of you guys have had the same scenario. You try to. How many of you guys had this experience? This Platinum Pro. Honestly, I don't like to sell any of you guys. And here's the thing. I mean, I don't hate to turn every single show into a sales pitch, but I got to remember we have a lot of new subscribers that have never heard me before. So, pardon me when I'm always going to the sales pitch thing because everybody who's new has to kind of hear that. So bear with me. I'm aware that I'm doing it. But Platinum Pro, I don't like to oversell anyone, so I don't suggest Platinum Pro to anyone that's not an active trader or that doesn't have, a pretty respectable, we'll say over $25,000 worth of crypto because you're just buying too much. You don't have enough. You need that money to trade with. Let me help you get growth, and then I want to see y'all in diamond. I want to see y'all in diamond eventually, and I'll get as many of you there as I possibly can. But I don't like to. I don't like to show. Yeah, it was Bank of America. I don't like to oversell any of you guys because what ends up happening, if you oversell somebody, then they get disillusioned. It looks bad, and then they get kind of red assed, and then they get money, and then they just go off miserable and broke, and I don't want to see that. So I would rather you get just what you need. And I had a young lady of 60 call me tonight, and she's got a pretty respectable, and she subscribed. She came in at Platinum, and she said, "Should I have Platinum Pro?" I said, "No, no, you don't need Platinum Pro." And we talked about some of the stuff that's going on in the Platinum chats, and she's like, "I got to looking and reading some of this stuff, and I just can't subscribe." And I really once in a while I talk to some of you guys. I mean, I love talking to you guys, and as much as I talk on live stream, if I had the time, I would get to know each and every single one of you and spend that time. But I just simply do not. I'm a busy guy. Everybody wants my attention, and I just don't have enough time. But once in a while, when I've got 5 or 10 minutes, I'll just select one of you and just talk to you as much as I possibly can. And so anyway, I talked to this lady, and she was confiding to me that she's in our Discord, which she's a Platinum Pro, which has the gold level chat, the Platinum chat, and just all these other rooms. She's like, I didn't, she was looking in the ICO room, and she was just utterly confused. And I said, well, let's take a look at your portfolio and see, what are your objectives? And basically, the gist of the conversation is like, you don't need to be in that area. I mean, it's great that it's there, but we were talking about, I think it was like DAOs or something like that. It's way over your pay grade. You don't need it. And she's in her 60s, in her mid 60s. I said, what you're looking to do is conservatively buy something that's going to grow for you, that you're not going to lose your money. You don't have any business investing in some of these sketchier things. If you're a younger guy that's in their 20s, 30s, maybe your early 40s or something like that, you have different objectives. And so I just kind of basically was a friend to her and told her that, you have no business in that, so don't do it. And she heard me out. And so I pointed her towards the more blue chip stuff, such as XLM, such as XRP, such as, the ISO coins and stuff like that. And she'll do just fine, especially today. She's coming in with, I can't remember how much she's got, but a pretty respectable amount of money. And so to throw down that money today, she's going to do just fine when she's rated. So she's got her money's worth at day one. So that's what I want to see for each and every one of you. I don't want to see you guys getting in over your head, subscribing to stuff you don't need. So, We have 13 seconds left on this candle. Let's see what happens here. I'm assuming that we're going to see a down candle. Likely, it's kind of going really flat, so it's acting like it wants to possibly pop a little bit. Well, this thing's just going to just eke it out to the bitter end. Interesting. Watch this and watch this, and you'll see some very unique characteristics. This one's not stepping out on the line, and neither is this. So, what else you guys want to talk about? Don't leave me doing all the talking here. What else you guys want to talk about? How many people we got in the chat right now? 52. No, that was that's a new TD. That is a new. Well, we already have the pulse markers. The pulse markers are there. So the time cycle markers, the blue markers, is what you're talking about. That's just a theory that I'm playing with. I'll tell you, to be honest, what's going to end up happening. So the long term. Don't even ask me when I'm going to have time for this. Excuse me, I'm going to clear my throat here. Let me shut my mic off. I don't want to do this on my head mic here. My voice is starting to go. I would like to see. I don't want to fill this whole thing up with spaghetti. So let me, to answer the question, some of you guys don't understand. Now's probably a good time to explain this. So what he's referring to is these blue lines here. But if you look at this dotted line here and this solid line right here, we already have something. Well, let me do this. We already have get that. So we already have something called pulse markers, which is a solid line and this dotted line. These are the cycles by which actually move everything, and so that's part of the unfair advantage grid. That's part of what ISIS does, and these are something that's a new theory of mine, so completely different. And so what I'm looking to do, and I just don't want a lot of crap, because I mean, look, if you're coming in new, and we've had a number of people have signed up like, I don't know what I'm looking at, because if you don't know what you're looking at, you get confused, you give up, and you quit. And I don't want to see that. So I'm trying to figure out a way to simplify this without giving TMI too much information. But if you know what you're looking at, it's brilliant. You know, you can. I mean, look at that. I mean, you know, we hit that time marker and plunge down we went. Right straight down to the AI line. But if you don't know what you're looking at, you don't understand how the plays are happening, you might as well be looking at a plate full of spaghetti, and I don't want to see that. So when when we get to the point where I'm programming 3.0 version of ISIS, currently we are at version 2.12 of ISIS, and so when I get to the third evolution of that, I will work the time cycles in there. If this were my own program and we weren't dependent upon TradingView, I would make something up here that toggles if you wanted to see the time cycles or something like that, either or. So what I might do is I might do an overlay thing right here for ISIS, where if you want to shut it off, you can shut it off. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, the event markers are once you learn how to use the pulse markers, they work pretty much the same way. But the event markers are something that it's just a new theory. Well, it's no longer a theory; it's a fact. I think I've shattered the idea that it's a theory. 21 perfect calls on Populous. I think I've shattered the notion that it's a theory. But yeah, I'll be doing something like that on the more relevant. Things, and probably in Platinum Pro I might have certain charts that have the time cycles. I might have certain ones that have the pulse markers, so that might be another thing that I do too, or another version or another variant that I do. So, you know, if you like it, it's something I'll work on. But I got about a million other things. So Simon's mentioned an affiliate. I don't know what you're talking about, Simon, but affiliate thing I did want to talk about that. So we are. I mentioned this before. We do have an affiliate program. Any of you guys, some of you guys are not natural born marketers. Some of you guys can make a couple of bucks without even trying too hard. We do have an affiliate program for new people to draw new people in. So if you basically just join our affiliate program and you copy the link that's unique to you and you share it off in your Telegram, your YouTube, wherever, your email, your friends, your other Discord groups and stuff like that. If anyone comes in on those and joins our any level of stuff, you get pretty good money for doing that. And the more you do, the more you get paid, and there's level advantages. So we were having a problem. Jose, who is one of my long-term programmers in India, recently died from taking the poke, and he went blind. And then shortly after that, he had a stroke and passed away. So he was in the midst of putting that together, and I think we've actually found a working copy he left behind. So we're going to try and bring that back online here shortly. So I'm excited to get an affiliate program working because I want to share as much of our success with you guys as I possibly can, because it's not all about, most of the profit that comes in from this goes out to charitable things that I do. So I'm not building castles just yet. Let's just say that. So I'm doing this. I'm kind of taking this and sending them. Some of you guys who don't know who I am or what I do, I've spent an awful lot of time in third world countries, and so it's absolutely abysmal the way these little children are treated, and child trafficking and stuff. I've seen it firsthand, and so I have a foundation, not a foundation, but I have an organization that I've started called the Millstone Project, and basically it's my passion and my life's purpose. And so what I do is I am creating a situation where basically I will come in as a real estate investor and businessman and person with massive connections, and I will teach these little children who are abandoned imagine how many of these people, how many of these children are going to lose parents to corona and all this garbage that's going on. There's going to be so many homeless children, and who's going to take care of them? Well, I'm going to do my best to take care of as many of them as I possibly can. So I want to bring first world teachers and first world leaders in to teach these children how to become the leaders of their own countries. And so that's my mission in life. So that's where your subscriptions go, most of it. I am looking at Colorado, yes. Colorado, actually, I'll tell you what, Colorado, I hate snow. I've kind of changed though since I lost my castle that I was looking at. They sold my damn castle. So where I was looking at is I was actually looking at Lake of the Ozarks, actually, because I want to be near water anyway, and it's warmer down there. So I mean, the taxes in Missouri, tell you what, the property taxes in Missouri are crazy low for what you get. So we'll see. Yeah. Oh, it was a castle. It was a castle. 32 acres, $10 million. Yeah. What did it sell for? I don't even want to talk about it. It pissed me off. I had the money. Let's just say that. I had the money. I wasn't. Yeah. I got pictures. Hold on. Yeah, I gotta have the pictures so I could pout. Hold on. I have to find them here. Well, that was the staircase to the house. If that gives you any idea. Everything's all travertine. Let's see if I can find a picture of the house here somewhere. I have inside pictures of the house, but I don't have outside pictures of the house. Hold on. There it is. That. Just little old me rattling around in that with my son. I'd be talking to myself, but I'd be doing it in a different room every single day. And the best part, the best part is no neighbors. Up in the hills of Colorado. So that sold for way less than it was listed for. Damn you, Shiba. I was waiting for Shiba to do its thing before I pulled the trigger. So son of a bitch. Oh well, no, actually, Christine, you're asking a very relevant question. That is called a business write-off. You're damn right. Yeah, I've got another house that I'm looking at right now that has got kind of that flavor to it, and it is designed for having guests and whatnot, and it's got I don't know why my pictures are open up. If I can find it somewhere, but it's well. Let me put it to you this way: if somebody I can find the pictures, but basically the backyard has a lazy river in it with rock formations that was designed by the people that did the set design for Jurassic Park. That's awesome. It's basically got kind of the whole backyard is almost like it's just this retarded huge lazy river swimming pool with waterfalls and it's just over the top, and it's got its own little. I'll have to find a picture of it and show you guys. You can't even imagine. But this house has got a village inside of it, literally. So like when you go into this house to the back side of the corner, you go into like one wing of the house, and what you see is a cobblestone road. You're all inside, but you see a cobblestone road, and so it's like a neighborhood of stores side by side. So it's like the movie theater. You go into the movie theater, and it is the theater for the house. The next door is like a beauty shop. You go in there, literally, it's where it's like your 5-seat beauty shop for your wife or something like that. You go to the next one's a smoking. It's a liquor store or a smoking like a gentleman's club. You go in there, and that's basically your man cave, and it's just the most outrageous thing you've ever seen. But it's just cool. You can just tell a dude designed this. So, and the taxes, don't even ask me. Don't even ask me. Don't get me started. It's just that's the problem that I have with some of these houses is like the taxes on some of these houses is more per year than I paid for my very first house 25 years ago. Just nuts. I'm a little bit short of being up in the middle of nowhere. I'm a little bit reserved about wanting to buy anything like that anymore. I mean, I'm all about my big houses and my nice cars and whatnot, but getting very materialistic in this day. I always get that you will have nothing like it. I'm like, well, hell, I will. You don't know me very well, Klaus. But the other thing about that is what are they? I'll tell you, I want to share something with you guys because I've lived lives none of you guys probably, very few of you guys ever have. So I've been on both sides of extreme poverty and extreme wealth, and I can tell you one thing that you probably heard the things that you own will end up owning you. It's very true, guys. It very, very is. And so some of you guys are, and I always point out the Lambo crowd. I don't want to start ministering to you guys or start, stuff, but this is a good time since we're kind of segue into this and we're just waiting for some moves here. I do want to talk to you a little bit about lifestyle. This money that you're going to be making,
I cannot caution you enough. Listen to someone who's been excessively wealthy at a very young age. I'm 54 years old. I was a multimillionaire at half the age that I am right now. Been a multimillionaire several times. Had it, lost it, had it, lost it, have it again. And so I know what it takes to make it. I also know all the trappings it takes to lose it and how fast you can lose it. Even when you're doing everything completely right, you could still lose it. Shit can move against you. Governments can move against you. You know, ex-wives can move against you, whatever. But here's the thing: I discovered more freedom when I was operating out of a little two-bedroom garage that I was living in with my son in the Philippines than I ever knew when I was living in my big dream mansion when I was 25 years old. And it's a hard thing to accept that I had basically just the clothes on my back and very very little else. I had $22,000 and I lived for 2 years in the Philippines off $22,000. And when it was gone, I had to leave and come back to America. But I had more freedom and less stress with less things, because in this life that we're going to be approaching, and this is, I want you to understand that you're hearing not only my wisdom of my experience, but you're also hearing a guy who's connected enough to know more than he's saying. Okay, just read between the lines of what I'm saying. Is this: you don't want to own a lot of material things. Screw what Klaus says. You'll own nothing and like it. Well, go to hell, Klaus, because I like my toys. So, but here's the thing: the things that you own end up owning you. And let me give you a good for example on this. If you own 5 nice cars, I'll single you out, vet setter. You can take this. So let's take vet setter. It's no secret that vet setter, his name is vet setter. He has 6 Corvettes. He makes no secret about that. Now here's the thing: I'm a car guy. I love Porsches. I've got several of them. But the thing is this: if shit goes to hell really really fast, oh my God, what am I going to do with my Corvettes? Oh my God, what am I going to do with my Porsches? What am I going to do with my $20 million mansion? Oh my God, I got to get the fuck out of here. I can't travel. I can't travel light. It becomes a ball and chain around your neck. And the things you own end up owning you. In the world that we're facing right now, it would be a horrifying prospect to spend all your crypto or a good amount of your crypto winnings on something you've always dreamed of having. It's the great kick in the nuts, because some of you guys have worked your entire life and you're finally going to get your payoff, and all of a sudden now you can't because the world has changed. And so this is a big problem for people that are going to be successful moving forward. You're going to have to learn to enjoy success without the trappings and materialism that comes with it. I want to minister to you guys because you really truly need to understand this, because if you don't understand this, you're going to be ending up being a slave to the things that you buy. So please understand that. I kind of consider this a holistic thing. I want to teach you guys how to become rich and successful and stuff like that, so you can enjoy your life. But I want to make sure that you don't make stupid decisions, because I've made them all for you. So just listen to me. I'll tell you what not to do. I've done it all. So, but when I lived in the Philippines, I was completely poor. I had basically a 12 by 24-foot cement block building that I lived in. That was a former internet cafe. I converted it into a house, and I lived in that, and I was happy. I was absolutely happy. And you would think, well, how could you be happy, living in a third world country on a dirt road, blah blah blah. The reason why is because I didn't have to worry about someone stealing my shit because I didn't have it. I didn't have to worry about the zombies breaking in and stealing my. Oh my God, let me tell you something. And we have a gentleman who I adore quite a bit. His name is he goes by Logical Domain. He's my right hand man, and he's a plumber. And he'll be the first person to tell you this. Now, when you have a mansion, you have a lot of toilets. So many places that one butt but multiple toilets. So let me tell you something about living in a mansion. Something's always breaking down. It's the truth. The more shit, more problems. More money, more problems. Literally, if you've got a 27,000 square foot mansion, you start on one side of that house fixing shit, and by the time you get to the other end, the stuff you just fixed is breaking down again. That's the law of big houses. I can attest to it. And you get all 9 toilets working in your house, give it a day. One will start leaking. Give it a day. Something will go bad. It just, roofs leaking, paint peeling, wood, gophers digging holes, goddamn squinties chewing through your in-ground irrigation systems. You name it. And it's the same way with cars. at my height of my success. Now, some of you guys know I'm an automotive engineer. I mean, I am a car guy. I also own a factory that produces exotic motorcycles. That's what Red Baron is. And so, the thing I will tell you also, and Vet Center will attest to this, and so will you car guys. I had 25 cars. And there was never not a time that I had something, always having to buy license plates for cars, pay insurance for cars, something's not working, blah, blah, blah. And the things that you own end up owning you. So how can I enjoy traveling the world and spend, I spend a good amount of time with my kids and stuff like that. But here's the thing is, when I stop and I look back at the unbelievable amount of time I spent maintaining, and I won't say an image, but maintaining crap that I don't even own anymore. Think about that. I mean, it's gone. I don't ever get that time back again. That owned a certain percentage of my time that I did. I could have. What could I have done with it? I didn't begin traveling the world until I was in my late 40s. If I didn't own so much bullshit, and I wasn't so invested in my collection of Ferraris and blah blah blah, I could have gone to Egypt. I could have taken my family to Tahiti. I could have done some of the stuff that Rich is doing, Crypto Rich is doing earlier. But I was so invested in my house and my cars and my image and my, because this was the late '90s, early 2000s. That's what you did, and so But make no mistake about it, I put a lot of good into the world as well. It wasn't all about me. But the thing about it is I look at this. I live in a very modest. I don't live in a 20 bedroom mansion and stuff. Still love my 20 bedroom mansions, but I really question whether I want to own something like that again, because if I do, we're moving into scary times right now that we don't know what they're going to do to property ownership. We don't know what they're going to do. I mean, you'd have to be in the elite to not be taxed out. Once you get this house, are you sure you're going to be able to maintain the taxes on it? What gives you the assurance they're not going to triple up taxes on you? Or they're not going to come in and just take property ownership away, and if you don't like it, call a cop. So the things you own end up owning you. And I will assure you, as a car guy who knows the script, anything you buy right now, it's got a shelf life. If it burns gas, it's got a shelf life. Like it now, because in 5 years it's going to be a paperweight. I'm telling you that right now. All the dream cars that you've ever wanted, you better lease them. Because they're not going to be good for shit in about 5 years. Your gas is going to be so expensive, even with your crypto millions, you're probably not going to want to do it. Everything's going to go electric, and then everything's going to go self-propelled, and eventually you're going to be kept in a little box and kept from traveling, unless you're in the ultimate wealthy, to which I'm actually looking at an airplane or a helicopter. So I'll just fly above it, and that's no joke. That's the truth. So anything that you consider owning from a material standpoint, I want you to give very, very serious consideration to how it's going to fit in your life in an oh shit scenario. If things really go bad, what am I going to do with this thing that I've been lusting after for so long? So that's your little moral story for the day. All right, guys. So it looks like we're kind of breaking out here, Lou. It looks like we're breaking up, but we're breaking out on XLM. So. Don't take this too seriously here. One candle does not impress me. I have to see a multitude of candles. This could be a fake wick up. We haven't crested any kind of support. So what we could probably be building here, let me give you a little theory here. We could probably be building as one of these guys right here. Something like that. That's part of the lazy river Jurassic Park thing I was talking about. It goes, there's 20 acres of this. It goes through tunnels and stuff like that all over the back. It has waterfalls. I can't find the rest of the pictures, but it just popped up on me. Yeah, J-Hook, that's what's going to happen. I swear to God, there's days I wish I never would have taught this to you guys. Sorry if you guys aren't getting the humor. If you're new to this, I don't even want to get into it. It's just it's an old joke. It's an old joke. It's a formation that some people in our group tend to apply that formation to absolutely everything. It's become kind of a joke in the group. And I'm finding more pictures. There's more pictures of it, but it's like it was designed by the people who did Jurassic Park. I want to find the bigger part, but there's like these huge things with like fake palm trees, and it looks just exactly like the set designed in Jurassic Park. If I can find it, I don't know what happened to the rest of it, but I'll find it. As I said in my last like 15 minutes of talking, I question whether I want to. I question. That's one just in theory. I would not want to own that one, just simply because I'll tell you to be. I'm looking. I've got off screen here. I've got a whole bunch of pictures I save in my ideas file. That's what you're looking at. I'm prone to something like that. Give me a book and turn that fireplace on. You won't hear shit out of me for the rest of the day. This is in Missouri, Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri. I'm prone to wanting. There we go. I knew I'd find another picture. Hang on a second. Paint again. Back to the Jurassic Park thing. Isn't that just our? How'd you like to have that in your backyard? I mean, it just goes for 20 acres. The whole backyard is this. It's just the nuttiest thing. You just follow this lazy river around for 20 acres. Isn't that the craziest shit? But this is just my idea of perfection. Just be able to just sit kind of looking down over the lake and stuff like that. So, but the problem with that is you're you you have to do that in an area where you're not near a lot of other people. I don't. I love being around people and stuff like that, but unfortunately, I'm gonna have to get over that because you're gonna need to keep some distance between you and whomever. It just is what it is. I think I'm sorry. I'm finding this. I'm just. It's not. This stuff is not. There. This is what I'm talking about. This is part of the. You can see it's like cinema, and there's like a candy shop, and then there's a shoe store, and it's just nuts. This thing. And there's another part of this that's got like a cobblestone road in the middle of it. I mean, this fake clouds and stuff. It's just these damn rich people and all their cool stuff make me sick. Props to the guy for going all in though, because I guarantee you your movie room don't look like that. Guarantee you don't have one of those coming out of your bedroom either. That's how you go down for coffee in the morning. You just get in the chute. You end up down in the garage. That's literally, if I remember correctly, this comes out of the master bedroom and goes down 2 floors into the garage. So that's how you get to your car. If you just want to come out of bed in the morning and just go to your car, you just go down the tubes. I used to own an energy drink company. I kind of miss it actually. Red Baron's Wild Ass Mix. I used to have that long time ago. I have a friend of mine. Some of you guys know me well enough. I used to have a friend that I still do have a friend that owns members of the Seagram's alcohol family that makes alcohol, and I had my own private label vodka for a while. And so if you have vodka, you got to have an energy drink mixer. So I had an energy drink called Wild Ass Mix. It was good. Tastes like liquid sweet tarts. Guaranteed. One sip, you never blink again for 5 hours. Ta-da! That's it right there. You guys want to see what that looks like? Well, this is really testing our patience, isn't it? I'd like to see this break down a little bit. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm not necessarily tired. I'll probably be up for another 3 hours. So if you guys want to stay on with live stream with me for a second, let me give a couple minutes here. I gotta take a off-camera break here for just a minute. I'll be right back. I'm gonna kill my mic and I'll be right back. Ah, you got into reef, huh? What'd you get it for? Reef is one of those that it's not necessarily a flip coin, but there's been surprisingly many opportunities to get into this because every time it goes down, I'm thinking, that's it, never again. But it turns around and gives us one. Now, Reef is one that Veronica describes it as a pretty girl. I'm like, all right, pretty girl. Every pretty girl I've ever hooked up with disappoints me. So I ended up getting rid of her. So, and I've got rid of Reef. So I guess the comparisons continue. But fell down into the box just where I predicted it. So right now, guys, honestly, this is an ERC20 coin. Don't screw around. Buy this thing because I don't see there's any need to worry about this going lower. If it does go lower, I don't see how this could go much lower. We just came out of a waterfall. That's not stereotypical. Double waterfalls don't happen. So the time to buy is at hand here because you can very clearly see that it's starting to roll up a little bit, and also more to the point is we're 24% below the EMA. That alone tells me you better get your ass in this. I can make you some money tonight. You guys that are on live stream with me right now, let me make you some money. This is a play that will make you money right now, and I'll tell you why. Because anytime we are more than 15% below the 200 EMA, I don't like it. because we always come back to the 200 EMA. Now, we are 25% away from the 200 EMA. This is a play, a dream play. Anytime you are vastly below a 200 EMA, you're going to come up to it. You have to eventually come up to it. Yeah, it could come down a little bit, but you know, we just came out of a waterfall into a dead cat bounce now. So this could probably come down a little bit, but I'm telling you right now that this thing statistically has to come back up. But we're so far away from the 200 EMA right now. It, if this didn't come up to here, then TA doesn't work at all. Then you know, just forget it. None of this should ever work. I have never known. Well, let's go back and look at this here. Let me make a point. Look how often we stray away from the 200 EMA, but we always come back. No matter what we do, no matter how far we go. Here would be a good example. You know, how far were we? We were as far as 28%, but look what happens. Ping, right there, back to it. Down, ping, right back to it. Go down, right back to it. Up, right back to it. Multiple times. We always return home. No matter how. So here you are, way down here. You're going to come back up. So let me move that over here. Come on. So here we are right now with the 200 EMA clear the hell up here. And this thing is just begging to come back up. So if you guys get a chance to get it, now you can get this, you can store this on MetaMask. It's a 200 EM, or it's an ERC20 coin. You can, I believe you can get this on, what is it, gate.io. Fill this in for me, guys. I know that you can get it on Uniswap. I did. You get raped on Uniswap. Pretty sure you can get it on 1inch, but you can store it on MetaMask. You have to buy it basically, and you have to have ERC, you have to have Ethereum and blah 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 to move it around. But this is a attractive buy right now, very attractive buy. KuCoin, yeah, I'm if you want to do KuCoin, man, I tell you, some of you guys know I got just freaking raped by KuCoin when I took. They hit me 60, I don't even know, over $6,000 in Shiba to move my Shiba off. Of course, I was moving millions of dollars, but still, I mean, no. KuCoin can go to hell as far as I'm concerned. I'm sure I was probably doing something, yeah, extraordinary, but nonetheless, I still am kind of red-assed about it. So, no, treat it like this if you want to. You can treat it like a swing coin. I'm not saying you can't. It's generally swing trade ERC20 coins, but if you can make 25%, then rules are meant to be broken. If you can buy this right now, and let's say there's no maybe about it. There is no maybe about it. So you can look at this several different ways. You're buying it, you're getting an outrageously good price, which you are, and it goes up here, and right here is where you're really watching. This is my original buy-in. From where we're at now to my original buy-in is, Jesus, we're over 36% below what I paid for it, and I made 90% when it went up after that. So we always get above this blue in fairly short term. So this is an extraordinary circumstance that we're down as low as we are right now. So there's so many different markers here that you could say, but let's scale way out. So hold on, let me show you. Let's go back and let's put this on. Let's put this on the 1 day. make a good point here. So on the 1 day, you can see how there. So let's get a good look at exactly where we're at with this. So if we're to just go back and revisit a couple of different places where we might find resistance, one would be right here, 36%. Another would be right here, 86%. Another would be all-time high. You're looking at potentially, so just to go from here to, your first level of serious resistance would be 50%, over 50%, almost 60% return on your money in fairly short term. But when you get up to the serious resistance, you've already made 100% and then some, 100, maybe even 110%. So if you want to call it a flip coin, call it a flip coin. If you don't, if you want to hold it, again, I'm telling you, $3.36 is what I have this thing predicted at in a couple of years. So, excuse me, sorry about that. Gotta remember I got a mic near my mouth. No problem. I don't know if Simple Swap has that or not. Let me double check. I don't think it does. Oh, it does. Okay. So if you want to go, and I always use Reef. By the way, I always have to say this because some people don't know. If you want to use Simple Swap, you can just come in off the street. There's no KYC. I would highly recommend that you give them an email, even if it's a fake email, and just have an email thing that you can go, because it keeps a record of all your trades. It doesn't ask you KYC, but I wouldn't come in off the street and just trade this thing. I would always make sure you're logged in. So it keeps the limit. In case you have a problem, then you can go back and hey, because they got outstandingly good customer service. So I would tell you or caution you to make sure you're logged in. But yeah, you can get Reef right now. You can buy it. So it's fast. It's easy. I mean, the rates are they are what they are. But I would suggest to you that you take a look at that. I'm checking on something. Does anybody know if Reef can be stored on Exodus? I'm checking to see that right now. I believe it can, but I don't remember whether or not. Doesn't appear so. But you can keep it on MetaMask. That's what I would be using. Atomic. Okay, yeah, I have Atomic, so I didn't know. One of these days, man, they'll get all this stuff down to one single wallet. Good lord. Well, it's on Anchor. Anchor. Well, you've never seen that before, right? See, the whole damn market. All you gotta do is look at this and just think, oh yeah, the market's real random. Please, really no thoughts. I mean, there's nothing I can tell you. It's the same thing I'm telling you on everything else. I mean, basically, it's the price is good. If you like it, buy it. Why don't I do use Ledger? I use Ledger. I don't use Ledger for my Reef, but Meta is just easier for me. So, but no, I have Ledger. So.
Ryosuke, where are you at? Are you in America, or are you the one that's in Japan, if I remember correctly? We've got like 3 people in Japan. I can't remember who it was. Obviously, you have a very Asian sounding name. Sorry, I don't mean to make it sound like that, but I would assume you would be one of those. Gonna get my triangle all correct here. Oh, Washi, that's right. Okay. You told me that. I'm probably going to ask you 5 more times. I forgot about that. Yeah, we've got somebody in Japan. I can't remember. I meant to ask them, what things are like there. Yeah, Japan is such a closed off. When I spent time in the Philippines, you never heard anything about Japan. I mean, they just, for as many people as they've got in that culture, they just really stick to themselves. They don't go out and about. It's really funny. All the girls that I meet and date here, there, and everywhere, never Japanese. Never, never, never. They're not interested in. They're just. I don't know. I mean, they're open to the idea of dating foreigners and stuff like that, but they don't go out. Not the way Filipinos do. Not the way Thais do, or the way Singaporeans do, or something like that, or some of these other cultures. Japanese girls, they don't go outside of, just literally, Japan in general does not go outside. It's a very closed culture. So it's amazing to me that they are very crypto centric. You can live off of Bitcoin Cash in Japan, from what I understand, and they got, if you want to go have sushi and pay your rent and go grocery shopping and take a cab and whatever, you can do that using Bitcoin Cash. But they don't join the crypto community by and large, which is really rather odd. Yes, they are doing very well with ivermectin. Well, that's what we're watching for right now. We want to see if this is going to go further. Might be a J hook. Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. So, standardly, what we would expect. So here's what always happens. So these dirty birds always do this. So what they'll do is they'll end up showing us a triangle, but then they'll change up the game. So how do you get a triangle? You get a triangle by this. Blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden they'll throw one of these on you. And you went, what? Well, then your triangle just became a channel. So remember that, because I've seen that. No, I always meant to bring that up to people, and I never bothered to elaborate on that. But watch, it could very well happen. That could go down here like that, and the next thing you go, we got a channel. That completely changes the game. But having said that, if indeed this is a triangle formation, we're going to see this thing go to this point right here. Now, what should happen? 2 things happen. You break out at the 70% point, which is where we're at right now, or you could break out at the actual point, which is, looking more likely, because because we're at a stroke cycle there. We're at a pulse cycle there. So we always break out, or should classically break out, to the flat side, which obviously is up. So that means we would be going up. Now, what we do is we go up the distance of we move the distance of that should be green, of the back side of the large part of the triangle. So let's make that green, because my OCD will drive me nuts. But no, there we go. So there's your distance. So how you go is you put that right there, and what do you know? Boom, right there on that line. Everything always lines up with these grids. So the other question is we always want to take into account 50% things. That's what this little swish thing is. We might stop halfway, but there isn't any resistance here, so I see no reason. So we should go full stroke. Now, having said that, generally what you see is this formation called a J hook, which looks like a J either to the upside or to the downside. We always break to the flat side. So what
you could expect to have happen is this is basically what exchanges do to screw with us, to try and take our money and get us thinking, okay, well, I bought a For Dummies book and it says if it does this, then it does this, and so I'm going to bet all the house on this formation. And, oh, this isn't working the way it's supposed to. So what they do is they take you half the distance of the theoretical thing, and then they turn it on you, and that's how you get a J, and it's an upside down one. That's where we get the J hook. So the J hook is basically a fake and a drop. So what they do is they get you to buy in right here, they get you to panic out right here, and they get you to buy possibly one more time. So they get you 3 times on sale fees. So now the distance of where that would fall, well, you're looking at it right there. Very possible, in a matter of speaking. I mean, it would probably go like this and then potentially whatever, but so it's not out of the realm of possible. You're near Mount St. Helens. Were you there when it blew back in the 80s? I told this story before. My dad had a brand new 1982 Cadillac. He was so pissed. We were living in Iowa at the time, in Mount St. Helens, all the way over into Iowa. The ash and shit all went all over his brand new white Cadillac. The man was not happy. Everybody noticed that speaking of Mount St. Helens, you may notice that the volcano things have quieted down recently, or at least in the news cycle. It doesn't mean they're quitting, it just means they're quieted down in the news cycle. I used to live near a volcano in the Philippines. And it's like you land in the Philippines and there's like a volcano literally at the end of the runway. I'm like, well, that's not a good sign. Earthquakes every 3 days. I'm like, you get used to it. What is your take on no talk of them now? Why do I think they're not talking about it? Well, effectively, basically, it's something to fill the news cycle to distract from real issues. I don't think that I gotta watch it because I'm on public YouTube, but honestly, if we're talking about that, we're not talking about something we probably should be talking about. You know what I'm saying? Enough said there. That was convenient. It'll be something else. It'll be something else. So. Boy, there's so much. I would really love to go on a rant right now and just let you guys. I'm not cleared to talk about some of the stuff that I want to talk about, but volcanoes are going to be the least, are going to be the most unamusing thing to talk about compared to what's coming. To keep the let me put it this way: certain presidents' sons are about to make massive news. And so every goddamn thing but that is going to be in the news. I can say that. So certain presidents' sons are going to have some things that they're going to want to cover, and they cover that by making much ado about other things. So. Now this is interesting. We're getting a rounded bottom here. Rounded bottoms typically signal a rise, So let's take a look at these two formations side by side. School time. All right, so rounded bottom here, flat bottom here. These both indicate an upward move. All right, so it's pretty much looking. I don't follow AMP. Sorry. Um, both of these would indicate an up. So where am I looking at this? Well, this is I'm being vague here, but that's looking at about a potential 8.75, and to get to the top of this, you're looking at a potential 4 and another 8. So it's possible this could go maybe to there. If this goes full strong, well, let me tell you what I predict. I predict the top of that box to be the stop, and I predict the halfway point for this to be some theory. Oh, that's the right one. There, I predict the halfway point to that to be a stop for that. And that'll be about the same distance, about 4% and about 4%. It's not always a 1-for-1, but that's basically the way it should work out. And there's lots of other charts that'll match that as well. God, I got 60 of you guys. You're all too quiet. I got 2 people talking, 60 on stream. Sweet. Wake up. I'm convinced some of you guys go to sleep to the sound of my voice. I'm not trying to. It's god dang. It's like 2:45 in the morning. I'm not trying to make this another 14-hour live stream. But how many hours are we at right now? I don't even know. It doesn't matter. The last time I did like a really long one, I think it went like 13.75. YouTube just said, okay, knock it off, and they shut me off. I think I used up all their tape for the night or something. Can anybody see a time marker on my broadcast? I can't see it from my side. I don't know what. Stream settings, stream health. I'm looking at this says average watch time is 21 minutes, but it doesn't say how many. You were on that the whole time. God bless you for your dedication. Shows you what I got going on in my life. I can spend 14 hours talking to myself. Oh, you never know what's going to come out of my mouth next. I don't, so. Yeah, I bet, Tim. This is a good day, man. I had to go live for you guys because like I said, if it's something like this, you can expect I'll go live. I mean, Chase is in the other room. He don't have to get up anymore, but he's in the other room sleeping, so I'm trying to keep my voice down a little bit. But yeah, 12 hours. Yeah, that's probably it. If I just cut my ass off and said that's it. Go home. We got no more liquor. I love it. Some people got off the live stream, they went to bed, and I was on, they woke up, and I was still live streaming. They're like, what the hell? Going under 4K ETH. Christine, everybody else like, I gotta find something. I'll tell you what, you guys know who the run guys are. Every once in a while, I'll stop and leave a nasty comment. You guys suck. You haven't been right yet. You suck. Oh God, I just every once in a while I have to kind of troll the other YouTubers because I just I enjoy it, but they haven't been right yet, not once. Oh my God, I'm so sick of the hype. Yeah, 55 cents. You're gonna be very happy with that, Tim. Real happy with that. I'm not ruling out the possibility we might not get a second double dip. Okay, we're heading towards Sunday tomorrow. Oh, Sunday's always fun. Always fun. So I go back and answer your question from Ethereum here. Hold on just a second. Let me get my correct screen open here. So what was the question? What was my thoughts on going under 4K? Well, let's look at this on the 1 day here. Well, we are under 4K, so there you go. It's 100%. How's that? How's that for a prediction? I predict it'll go under 100. I predict it'll go under 4,000. How's that? How awesome am I? No. Realistically, though, here's what's happening. So just to kind of show you, all kidding aside here. So what you now have is this forming resistance to go back up. So let's zoom way in here. So your resistance is actually kind of, well, that's not quite accurate. Let's drag a box here, see if we can find some resistance. Okay, so starting generally speaking, right about in that general area right there, we're under here. We're going to be working hard to get back above this resistance. Anytime you come down on a resistance, you bounce back up. Anytime you come up, you bounce back down. So we have fallen through support, and now it's flipped and become resistance. Now it's very interesting that you asked this question because I'm looking at the 1 day chart, which is far more telling. 1 day means bigger picture, broader picture. That does not look good from a bullish standpoint. Neither does that, and certainly neither does that. There is nothing about the larger picture that looks bullish on Ethereum. So that being said, expect more down soon. Now, where could we go? I can easily predict that too. Right there. Because we have a lot of support right there. We've already wicked punched through at one time, so we would look at a second right there, and as long as we're going there, we would look at that as being the ultimate bottom. That's a bit aggressive, so what I would tell you to clear all this stuff out, I would tell you that first of all, I wouldn't be ashamed to buy it at this price right here, $36.50. Good enough. It's possible we could go to the halfway. I usually tend to go from AI to AI because I trust those the most. But look how far we are away from the 200 EMA on a 1 day, which is a different scenario. But we're 15%. Not great, not far, not too far, not too short. But the big thing here is this. The big thing is our green is tucking, get ready to tuck underneath everything else. So this is our largest indicator that things are not going well, coupled with the fact that look at the attitude of our Bollinger bubble. It's starting to flare outward, which means we're about ready to get a dump. We're about to go down. So I would, conservatively speaking, I would look at, conservatively speaking, ISIS does not like it when I do that. Okay, so conservatively speaking, I would be looking at probably about 36.50. And more aggressively, I wouldn't be ashamed to probably try and scoop this up at 32.75. At 32.75, buy as much of it as you can possibly buy. No joke. Isn't this, Josie would know, isn't this solar eclipse something that's happened like once in a lifetime or once every 400 years or 800 years? It was odd. There was something rather interesting about it. I didn't know that was tonight. Most certainly, I believe. If and I'm speaking broadly, J Legs. If we're given to believe that the ETH is going to go down, probably everything else will too. You have to kind of look at all of the things. Some of these things give off stronger directional signals than other things do, but they're all broad. So let's go back to the very start of our understanding of this. Is the whole market basically forming the same down shape? Yes. Okay, so some of these are giving off more clear indicators that we have more down to go, and they're all sharing pretty much the same shape. What do you think is going to happen? Whether the ones show they're going down or not, they're probably going to go down. They're just not playing they're not showing their cards as well as other ones. ETH is showing its cards very clearly. Oh, the effect will be with us for weeks. Fabulous. Yay, I'm so happy. Well, no, that's actually cool. So, if that's, I don't buy according to moon cycles and stuff. Then my group, I've got people in my group that talk about that stuff. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go in the kitchen and get something to drink. Let me know when you're back on the stuff. I can. I make no bones about the fact that I'm sorry, I'm an engineer. What do you do with that information? I can't help it. My engineer mind won't allow me to concede that has a bit of bearing. True, I understand that the moon affects tides and stuff like that. So I mean, I'm not suggesting that it doesn't happen. I'm just saying it's not quantifiable. In an engineer's mind, it's not quantifiable. We do the woo for you. That's my new Thursday slogan. I'm gonna steal that. Welcome to Thursday Woo Woo Chat, where we do the woo for you. That one's on you. Alright, well, they're not going to give it to us yet, so they're going to run this clear to the end, evidently. So if we're going to go back down on this, and we're going to... So now, here's what we'd be watching. So I want to definitely get back to this, because never fails to do that to me. So be watching for this, because I firmly expect what's going to happen is they're going to screw around. They're going to do just what I said. They're going to drop a long one on us and wick it back up, and that changes it to a channel. So you watch them change up the game on us here, because I firmly expect that's what's going to happen. And if they do, then actually that signals it down, because let me get about 3 steps ahead of that. So if that is exactly what they do, let me give you a theoretical. So let's say they turn that into a channel, which they very well could do. Then what happens is that becomes a bear flag, which is a downward thing. So the net effect is I hope they do turn that into a channel, because if they do, that means it's going to go down. It's going to be a better buy price. That means you better take back the pop cans and sell that extra kidney. Yeah, that's that's exactly what it means. Yeah, I don't know. Sunday has never never really been. I don't know. It's just Sunday for the longest time has just been something you almost count on the foolishness. I don't know where anyone ever got the idea Sunday was a slow day in crypto. It's like I can't remember. It might have been that way about a year ago, but I don't remember Sunday ever being. There's a few that are kind of calm and less than expected, but Sunday's always just the most craziest shit happens on Sundays. And I'll tell you why that is, because Asia, it's Monday morning. Here it's Sunday night. In Asia, it's Monday morning. So that's why. So of course, obviously, when markets open up on Monday morning in China, there's 10 times more of them than there are here. What do you expect is going to happen on a Monday morning, their time? They're going to start buying or selling or dumping or dumping or pumping the market. So naturally, of course. So this is why I say I look at Sundays for us here in America as being something, usually always. Quick said at the very least, I can tell you that the moon cycles make people nuts. Nuts in what way? Buying crypto or selling crypto, I don't know, but it makes cops will tell you. I have never talked about this, but police will tell you anytime it's a full moon. Oh, it's gonna be an interesting shift. Cops will always tell you anytime it's a full moon. People get weird. That's where the term lunatic comes from. I would. I don't think this is over yet. Yeah, I don't want to waste her time that she has on during crypto chat because people will be tuning in and go, "What the hell are you talking about werewolves for?" But Veronica, we could talk about some pretty crazy shit. I kind of gave you guys a little bit of taste of that back in October. Some of you guys that were with me, but yeah, they're all listening for my next little pearl of wisdom, Christine. But the stuff that I listen to in my meetings and then talking with her and stuff like that, it just is Bigfoot real? Is just oh my God! If you could sit and listen to so right now I should have about an hour ago I should have been in a 21 meeting because I have them at 2 o'clock in the morning, but I was live streaming, so I'll have to watch. But about an hour ago, every night, I sit in a Zoom meeting with these guys, and well, speak of the devil, I'm actually getting a DM right now. Where were you? I'm live streaming, man. But they're probably all wanting my input. But I sit and I listen. We do our world predictions, and then we sit down and talk about real business. And it's like then we always kind of explore some weird thing, and some of the stuff that we have explored just absolutely it's really hard to go out in public and just the stuff that I hear sometimes. But what I was gonna say is I would love to do. I don't know how I would work it. I would almost have to start a second channel or something like that. What I would love to do is I would love to get Veronica involved more with the Discord and have her in the woo woo room, and then maybe do some private live streams for just the woo woo room, where we would do just a just a deep dive on just some of the craziest shit that we've talked about. Like mermaids and werewolves and shapeshifters and aliens and that are among us, by the way. And it just, it's the stuff that I hear, and then on top of it, the stuff that I see. That's the stuff that's really trippy. I don't know how many people. We got 48 people in live stream. So how many of you guys have been around with me for over 6 months? I'm curious because back no, it hasn't been. Yeah, it's been about 6 months. How many of you guys have been with me for 6 months or longer? I'll tell you a little story since we're telling stories. I'm waiting for something to happen here. Well, it looks like we're gonna get a little bit of a downturn here. So. Few of you guys gotta answer me. So. I always hate this tape delay. I'm used to. You can tell the way I talk. I'm used to talking on stage where I can get visual feedback. But let me put you this way: to be in the 21 group, to hire us, when we start pricing it out, it's going to cost you a fortune. And by that I mean you don't step to the table for less than 7 figures to get the information we're able to provide. It's going to be an interesting thing. Yeah. So okay. So let me tell you a story. So some of you guys that are not have not been with me for a very long time. I try to maintain a pretty straightforward approach to life, but I've had a lot of it. Kind of like Jay Snip. I've had weirdness thrust upon me my entire life, but I tend to kind of go through life just pretty much mainstreaming. But it gets everything around me gets weird real fast, real fast. Like I have. So some of you guys wonder how I'm able to just kind of look at this stuff and just know instantly. It's just something I was born with. My father, I've told this story before, but some of you guys are new. My father, I'm 6'10". Some of you guys don't know that. I'm 6'10". This voice does not belie this my size, but I'm 6'10". I'm a genetic experiment from World War II. World War II Nazi growth hormone testing 2.0. U.S. military. So my father was in the military, and my mom and dad met the night Buddy Holly died. And he was on his way from Clear Lake, Iowa to the Bel Air Ballroom. And my mom and dad were at the Bel Air Ballroom and met that night. And so, very interesting, just all kinds of weird, neat little stories and stuff like that. So they tried for a number of years to have a child, and so they couldn't do it. My mom was skinny as a broomstick, and so my dad had just had it because he always wanted to have a child. And he took my mom to the Bethesda Naval Hospital and said, "Here, fix her." So being his rank, he was able to kind of get insider privilege, and they said, "All right, Mrs. Take this," and they gave her this pill, as my mom describes. It was a red pill. Interesting. I've been red pilled since before day one, but so my mom described it as being as big as my pinky and rather large. She called it a horse pill. And so anyway, she took that. My mom was, like I said, skinny as a broomstick. I've always known her to be really short and fat and stuff like that. And what it was is I have to kind of go back in the story. And so when we won World War II, everybody has heard of Operation Paperclip. Those of you that are into that, I am what's referred to as a 2.0 paperclip baby. And so there's a number of us here in the Midwest, and I'm one of the shorter ones at 6'10". And so what happened is when you win World War II, you take over all the what they call the spoils of war. You go, let's get your rocket scientists, your psychologists. Oh, this is a neat pill. Wonder what this does. Let's try it out. And so this is what they do, and they try this crap out right on the streets. It just our government does some of the most heinous shit you can possibly imagine. But so within the military, high-ranking officials, they were effectively what they were doing. The Nazis were trying to do is create the ultimate human being, a super soldier. And so my son likes to call me Captain America because basically what this was is the Nazis were trying to, if you guys remember your history, they were trying to experiment on the Jews to create the ultimate master race, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, 6'5", blah blah blah, military supermen. That's, you guys remember Jesse Owens and what a debacle that was when they hosted the Olympics and they lost to a black man. They were competing with their 1.0 super soldiers and getting their ass kicked. So they've had since day one trying to create the master race. And by the way, I do not have blue eyes. I have green eyes, but and I'm not blonde either. I was born blonde, but I'm not blonde. I'm not German in descent either. By the way, I'm Scotch, Irish, and English. And so anyway. um, my mom took this pill, and I was born 9 pounds 11 ounces, and I grew a foot and a half in 1 year. And so that's enough. I was taller in sixth grade. I was taller than my basketball teacher, who was 6'2". And I've always been larger than children, but I also have these profoundly strange abilities to just be able to sum things up very fast. Pattern recognition, like I've said multiple times, is something that's good. But I just have these strange mental talents that are they just happen. And one of the things I'm able to do is calculate things really fast and accurately. And so, for example, one of the games my children like to play with me is we go to the grocery store and they just start throwing stuff in the cart. We get up, Daddy, tell us how much this is going to total, and I always hit it within $5. It'd be $500 and $505 or something like that, and I'm usually scary spooky close, and I'm not paying the least little bit of attention to what's going into the cart. But I've been able to do this, and I'm not one of those throw 1,000 matchsticks on the floor and tell me how many there are. That's not what I can do. But it's just odd how my brain works in that way. So there's that. And then I've just got some anomalies, like my fifth and sixth vertebrae are fused together, and some of you guys have met me live in Vegas and in my birthday party in Georgia. You can see I look like I'm functional, but like my right hand, I haven't been able to touch my face with my right hand since 2001, because I've got degenerative bone disease, where I've got what's called bone spurs that don't allow my arms to bend to full lock, or to full extension, or full bend. And so I'm functional to a point. I can't run, and I can't blah blah blah. So it's interesting. But so then on top of that, I've got around me, I've always got this strange collection of people that just have these odd talents that are around me. And so anyway, this whole story was revealed to me when I was about 46 years old. The military called me in and said, we'd like you to come talk to us. And I've told this story before. And I said, sir, I was never in the Navy. And the guy laughs. He says, sir, you were in the Navy. You just didn't know it. And so I get in there, and there's like everybody in the room's taller than me. I've only met, other than that circumstance, I've only met in my entire life 3 people taller than me ever. I'm taller than most of the people in the NBA. I know Charles Barkley, and he's short compared to me. And just people like that. Manny Pacquiao is absolutely short next to me. He's a boxer. But so that's interesting. So some of you guys, the reason I was asking is some of you guys have been on my live streams for a long time, is because I'm part of this 21 group, which I met the same week I met Crypto Rich. And these guys instantly knew my abilities to be able to kind of forecast stuff. And they said, we got a proposition for you. So they brought me in, and they're training me to kind of take my natural abilities and grow them. But we also have some channelers and some other people, and some very some very high level woo woo people that are in my group. And so so you heard my story talking about the Millstone Project, and how I want to affect these children, and how I want to help these children become leaders of their nations. Well, one of the gals that was in our 21 group, she come up to me from my first meeting, and she goes, I want to tell you something. I said, you're going to be remembered 10 generations from now as being the father of a new nation. And I thought, okay. And she said, no, seriously, you are. And so she started to explain, how my actions are going to affect, more people than I can possibly touch. And here I am with a YouTube channel that's talking all over the world, and teaching you guys how to become multimillionaires and stuff. And so it's happening right now. It's rather interesting. So the interesting part, the really woo-woo part that starts happening. Did I ever play basketball? Yes, enough to know that I hate it. So, my body started rebelling against me before I was 18 years old. So running up and down a basketball court is not what I'm cut out for. So, and I'm white. So I can make a joke like that. I'm licensed to do that because my last 2 girlfriends were black. So I can make a joke like that. So, but it's the truth. So anyway, when my group started to really, they start releasing all this stuff to me, and telling me, giving me the inside secrets of how the world works and stuff like that. And it's a bit much to put on your shoulders. I've dealt with it pretty well, but there's just days when it's kind of hard to get out of bed, because I'm kind of burdened a little bit about knowing more than I'll ever be able to tell you guys. But it'll be okay. I mean, I'm not trying to paint a dire situation, but you know, we're going to lose a lot of people in this world, and it's really it saddens me greatly to know that I can't save you all. You know, but I don't want to segue down that path, but anyway. Um, the reason why I asked if some of you have been on my live stream, I have my son is in the military. He's got a top secret security clearance for the Air Force, and he was down in Texas during that whole power outage debacle thing that happened and whatnot. And I was here for 9 months during his basic training by myself with my black cat, with his black cat Charlie. And Charlie was not having some of the instances that were happening in this house because we were getting giant orange orbs in this house when I was by myself. I've had shadow people in this house. And Charlie was just losing his freaking mind. So I went to one of my groups and I'm like, what the hell is going on in my house? Oh, well, they're watching you. They're very interested in what's going on. They're watching. I go, would you please tell them to stay out of my house because it's freaking me out. And the reason why I'm asking this is because some of you were probably listening to the live stream where I had a giant orange orb go right across my desk and outside my left wall to the left of me here, burn a hole on my wall and go out into my driveway. And during the live stream there was a gigantic crash when this happened. And so if you go back, I can't even remember what month it was, but if you go back and listen to that live stream, which is still up, you can hear the whole instance play out. But you could hear my cat just losing his mind in the other room, and all of a sudden this thing just comes right across my desk, about the size of a softball, slowly stops right in front of my face while I'm live on broadcast, goes out the wall, leaves a burn mark on my wall. So that was fun. so and that was when I called one of my guys. I said, make it stop, please. I can't take this. Yeah, it does. I can see yeah, I can still see the discoloration on my wall right now. I want my damn wall painted. Yeah, it did. It physically put like a 6 inch kind of halo on my in my paint. It kind of looks like somebody put a glass on wood. You know how it looks when you put glass without a coaster. It looks like that on my wall. But I called my group. I said, you know, I appreciate the oversight apparently, but if you would do me a favor and please ask whomever it is that feels the need to oversee me, I'm good. I don't need that. So I can't have that. I had I had another instance where I never dream, and that's the odd part. I know some of you guys would be like, "Oh, come on, you always do." I do not dream ever. Period. I don't. I had I guess you could kind of a waking dream type of thing. I don't know what it was, but if any of you guys are familiar with a group called Gorillas, I won't even explain it. It's kind of a cartoon group that fronts a real band. It's the representation of a real band. The lead singer has no eyeballs, and I was confronted in my bathroom with something like that basically tried to hug me, and I went whoa, and I just snapped out of it. But it was so real I could literally see the texture on the walls. It was the strangest thing I've ever seen in my life. So that was when I tapped out. So I said, guys, you really got to keep that crap out of my house. How old am I? I'm 54 years old. Yeah, trying to hug me in the bathroom. I mean, what? I was standing there brushing my teeth, and, trying to. Yeah, the Earth changes thing. We've put an awful lot of. I never mean to get on these topics with you guys. You just kind of take me there. So it's past the witching hour. We can do this because the normal people are not up at this hour. So, but the Earth changes thing. Yeah, it's gonna be a rough 7 years, guys. 7 to 10 years. Here I am. Back to an earlier kind of a callback to an earlier part of this discussion in the more prime time is me loving me loving cars the way they are. I mean, we're looking at the next 10 years. Oh my God, awesome car collections do not work their way into the next 10 years of what humanity is going to be going on. So these things you're going to have to learn to do without. You're going to have to learn to not love them or be a slave to them because they're travel light through this world, through this lifetime. Seriously. Well, that was a pretty uneventful cup handle, so that's much ado about nothing. So they're going to run this thing clear to the end of this and then dump it. That's pretty obvious. So we're still waiting for a little bit of. We could. I'm just always kind of trying to find. We could dump to right there and end up getting our channel, just like that. I think really honestly, here's the thing: you don't have to look at everything. You just look at a few keys. If they're all going down, then it is all going down. So do I think Reef will go lower? I don't even need to look at it to know yes. I have Reef open on another screen, but this one is giving off indications that it wants to go lower as well. Probably down to right here. Down here where I have my alarm, by the way, that says just hit 1. So, yeah. I'll tell you what, if you get a chance to buy the Reef at 1 and you're not buying it, you're a fool. There's nothing wrong with buying it right now, but, I don't know. That's the problem with these deals. You never know when. You're not going to buy the bottom. I'm not going to buy the bottom. You're not going to buy the bottom. I can show you where potential bottoms are, but, at some point, you just have to be happy with the purchase that you make. Don't worry about it. Trust me, you'll feel pretty damn good about it when that thing hits $3.36. You're gonna forget exactly how much you paid. I think Domain did the math on it. It was like 32,000%, 32,000x or 30, I can't remember how many x that is. It's just insane what the rate of return is. So. So I'll give you a primer on the indicator. So if you're in the Discord, just simply go to any of the rooms and read through the pinned comments. Most rooms have like a little color indicator thing. I probably should have that on in a technical room or something on FibiChart so you guys can refer to it. But basically what you need to know is this: purple is always theory. Doesn't necessarily mean anything's going to happen. It's just I'm showing the potential possibility. Orange is technical analysis. That means the math, the way it should be is this. A lot of times it pans out. Yellow is my personal feeling up conservatively with a 60% chance. Yellow down could be the same thing. Red down is you damn right. Green is you damn right up. And so that's basically, if rarely will you see red, rarely will you see green in a market like this because it's hard to be very convicted. So you'll see yellow a lot. Sometimes you'll see gray. Gray means 40% up or down likelihood. I feel pretty good about it. It's not theory, but I'm not exactly married to it. So just so you know, orange, a lot of times you're seeing orange because I'm showing you the technicals, You know, doesn't mean you can't play the oranges. But generally, if you see a green, you know, I'm feeling pretty good about it. I'm very conservative with my greens, such as you'll see. This should not be green, but but generally speaking, you'll see. If anything, what I'm telling you is this should be. Well, this actually should be orange if I'm being a purist about it. So I was just trying to use a color you could see very well. So. And blue, by the way, blue doesn't mean anything. That's just internal nodes. I will tell you also that occasionally you will see these little guys here floating around. That's just my internal notes on my buys and sells. So if I'm buying or selling something, you'll only ever see three colors. Blue, which means a payment from somebody came in. I have no control of that price. Or red, I've just sold something, or green, I've just bought something. And occasionally I will do, if they're bigger or smaller buys, you'll see different sizes. So just so you know. No, the dotted lines, those are personal notes. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's kind of confusing. There's just a lot going on there. So the dotted lines are just my personal trades that I'm getting ready to set up. I use this as my own sketch pad. I got a lot going on here, so it's just easier to have all the information in front of me. But you can cheat on. You can copy my homework if you want. You know, doesn't mean I'm necessarily going to get it, but I tend to be pretty right, or I wouldn't bother to put the indicator there. All ISIS lines are always this bronze color, by the way. The only other color you'll ever see going side to side that's relevant is this dark hunter green line right here, that's a true Fibonacci. This, to answer, get out of there. So this yellow line is something completely different. But this is a dual AI line. Usually what you'll see is ISIS line with a hunter green line above or below it, very close in proximity. That's what we refer to as a DAI, dual AI line. Those are the ones you really want to bet heavy on because they better often than not they usually pan out. Usually when you see those two things together, they're usually quite magnetic. And I'll show you just as long as I'm looking at this on another screen and kind of on that thing here. So like this, for example, these are all diamonds that I'm working with that have, well, this was me, but this was two other diamonds that had buy orders from a while back. I could probably get rid of that at this point because it's played out. But those lines that are like that are just there for financial markers. So I try to make them stand out as something radically different. I'm leaving this there just to keep a point made, but so this is the way to keep score if I'm doing better than I did last time. KuCoin crashed to XL. Damn. Somebody's having a good day. How long did that last? Probably not very long. Yana, I see a new name there. You must be new with us. Are you part of our Discord yet? I just noticed a new name in my chat, Yana, and I'm not even going to mutilate your last name. I don't know how to Siltson. I'm not even going to take a shot at that. I'll just make it. But Yana, welcome if you're new. Thank you for joining us. Join us at our Discord. I have have, that's ISIS. That's the bot. That's the, what makes them move around is what they're doing is they're recalculating statistical probabilities of the next move, 100 times a second. Rephrase your question, Christine. I'm not dual AIs. What happens when one top or bottom? Then you read the other indicators to show which is more. That's a. I'm not. I'm almost there with your question. Rephrase that. How many do we have tonight? Well over 2 dozen. Well over 2 dozen. That's you know, this is a hell of a night. I had to go live tonight to kind of show everybody what this is all about. What I need to do is I need to make an actual legitimate demonstration video, kind of like a greatest hits reel, and use it on my channel. I got so many to-dos. It's just like, my God, if I could ever have the time to do proper marketing and whatnot, it would be great. Yeah, I bet those were fast wicks. 15s. Bam! It's like, whoa, shit. See, look at Ethereum here. Let's look at this real quick. I got multiple screens open. So look at how this is parked literally right to the tip of that right there. I mean, it's hitting resistance. It's just parked. See how that lines up, and that lines up, and that, and that, and that, and across the top of that. I mean, this is no joke. I mean, this is lining up just straight accurate. There's a reason that's parked right there. And what could very well happen, because we're right in the middle of that, we got 14 minutes. So 15 minutes from now, I'm telling you right now, this is going to open up a new candle, and it's going to go down. It's going to go to right here. Easily here, if not more. So if you guys are asking if it's going to get better on Sunday, I would almost certainly think so. How do I predict? Okay, well, the number one indicator is when my predictions go the opposite direction. I mean, that's not random. That's intentional. Let me give you a good example. So, and this is a good example right here. I got one right in front of me. Okay. So, let's see if I can find a better one though. I want to find a glaring example so I can. I want to find something that's back in the history that was charted that didn't pan out like it should have. Sorry, I'm off screen here looking. Let's see here. All right. Well, first of all, look at does that look natural? You can see that's what we call a bot march. This is on the 1 day, of course, but you can just see it's very, very regimented as opposed to being free flowing in lengths and shorts and longs. I mean, that's a bot march straight up for. In other words, what we're saying here is the computer took control of this right here, and its end goal is it wanted it here, and it was going to keep pushing it until it got it where it needed to go. And now it's there, and they let go, and it got natural again. And so then they let go of it, and people took it up and took it down or whatever, and then the computer said, okay, well, we have a new objective, we want to pick it up, and the computer started playing with it again and let go of it, and then obviously the people let go. So you can see very, very clearly when bots are involved, especially on the 15-minute. 15 minutes, very glaringly obvious, but this here is it's computer. You can just see that it's suckering people in, building up their hope, and then dumping on them. So now there's that, but let me see if I can find a better example of the point I wanted to make. Okay, so yeah, here's the point I wanted to make. So this right here, if this is a TA move is picked up from here to, okay, so that right there, technical analysis demands that goes from there to there. Now, if it doesn't, that doesn't negate this distance. This distance from here to here is what we call velocity here. What they'll end up doing is they'll end up running at this distance instead. They'll just take it 180 degrees the opposite direction. To which you look at that and you go, that's manipulation. So if technical analysis says that we always break to the flat side, yet we don't, and we go the opposite direction, but oh funny how it went the same direction down as it went up, you gotta look at that and go, come on guys, really? So that's basically one way to spot manipulation. When you start seeing a series of those, minute by minute by minute, play after play, you're going, okay, they're back in the foolishness mode again. And we had a three week, I think it was three or 6 week run of that. It just would not stop. Couldn't make a call that wasn't screwed up, and it was really bad. It was like last summer, if I remember correctly. It was about 6 weeks, and it was just murder trying to make a call that was worth a shit. No, bot marches have always been there. They're just as I explained this, and I go back and it's late, so I can kind of explain this again. So if you look at how these exchanges, well, okay, we can all agree that basically this was a universal move. Everything dumped. Okay, we can see that through the entire. You can see it. You can see it in Reef. Reef was everything. Everything did this. Okay, so if we go back to the beginning of the narrative, let's just call each one of these lines a certain time cycle. So, which they are. So somebody at the powers that be says, okay, we're going to start here on Monday, and we want to have on our chart, we want to have at every certain point in the game, we want to be, certain places, along that narrative. And so they let the human beings trade for a while, and they don't like it or whatever. Oh, no, and then the bots will start marching to push it to a certain place, and then they'll let go of it again, and then the people will go, oh, okay, and then they'll go, oh, this must be great, and then the bots will go, no, we don't want it all the way up there yet, and they'll march it back down, and it'll just go, whatever, but they'll always march it to where they want it to go, eventually, and they'll just sound familiar. So that's basically the way bot marches. That's the natural progression of how bot marches. It's trying to get, trying to look human and doing a really piss poor job of it once you realize what you're looking at. Because can I spell? Yeah. Hold on just a second. Let me get. There's bot manipulation in every single one of these, unquestionably. Unquestionably. Okay, all my stuff moved back in place here, so I'll lose my place in line here. All right, 15-minute Bitcoin. Does that look natural? Does that look natural? Look at this. See how tight and regimented that is? And they let go. So very easily, you can see if maybe it's just me, but I could see the points at which they made the decisions very quickly. Right there. This is every time they made a decision, they made it around about there, and it went from point, and then they repositioned to point, and they repositioned, and they ran it up. There's another one. That one was basically a let go. There's another one. There's another one. That's definitely one. So you can see, but sometimes this is letting go. I call it letting go of the clutch, and sometimes definitely there, absolutely there, and there, and there. So you can see when they're changing the direction, where they're basically this one's very glaringly obvious. That one's glaringly obvious. This one's especially obvious. So very little of this. This is possibly human, right in that general area. It doesn't matter whether it's bots or not. But I mean, if you look at it, you can just tell what good can you derive from that. The only good you can derive from it is knowing what they maybe want to see. And I don't take that. I'm sorry. I'm going to kind of fragment my thinking a little bit here, and it may not make sense because I'm kind of talking before I'm really forming a thought here. But if you're looking at, okay, if I could just identify bot manipulation, I could win this game. No, you can't, because that's not going to tell you anything. If you know how to read the indicators and you go back and go, oh, looks like the bots are manipulating, and then you apply that to the way the indicators say we're going up or going down, you can go, okay, well, the bots are obviously going to assist me, or the bots are obviously going to work against me. That's all you can really tell. So what is a bot? It's the computers that run the internet exchange. It's a subroutine. It's a trading algorithm. Is what it is. It is so. Let me give you a good example. I'll show you. Want to see these things work live? I'll show you live. Watch this. This will freak you out. Let's see here. Let's do Bitcoin. You ever look at the 1 second? You can watch a bot think. It's rather fascinating. Now, here's what I want to call your attention to. Notice the pulse cycles. 1, 2, 3. Notice how every time it's green on those exact strokes, it's literally making positive moves every same distance. So this distance from here to here, let's just apply that right there. Let's just keep applying that particular arrow. Again and again. See, I'm getting off the screen now. But if you go, notice how the greens are always matching. Anyone ever shown you that before? Once you understand how a computer thinks, you can outthink it most of the time, unless they throw a little bit of a curve on you. There's a subroutine in there that's designed to keep it looking human, but. So all that's going on within that candle there. Every day with me is a learning lesson, isn't it? I just notice things. Like I said, I just notice things most normal human beings don't. I'm always observing, always taking things apart. Yep. Yeah, it's basically like Populous, just on a more micro scale. That's called a short count and a long count. Basically, what it's doing is it's doing cycles within cycles. You know, you get, it's like 60 seconds to a minute, and so many minutes to an hour, and well, that sort of thing. Spot the bot, exactly. Yeah. But at the end of the day, like I said, there's nothing you can do about it. It's going to happen, whether you like it or not. You just have to realize it's. I don't know. There's probably so many different analogies I could give you. I mean, they're just like vultures. I mean, if you're going to be out hunting for something, the vultures are going to show up. There's nothing you can do about the vultures. You just have to deal with them and just keep them out of your way while you're trying to you're trying to concentrate on your hunt. Here's the one I should have been looking at earlier. Oh man. Well, there was my call. Uh, you guys should be really looking at grabbing you some of this. Seriously, this is a fantastic price. Fantastic price. If this goes any lower, well, here. So you were asking me. This is what should happen. Doesn't mean it will. Yeah. All right. So this could come down to 0.56567. I would be more inclined to probably play that right about at the halfway point. But I'll tell you what, if this thing even thought about coming down into that general area right there at 6.5 cents, do not be a fool and pass on this. Do not be a fool. I'm warning you. If like I told you with Populous, if you don't buy this at 6.5 cents, oh my God, are you gonna cry on my shoulder later on when this thing turns around and starts doing something here in about a year or so? The prices you're seeing here are nowhere close to what it's going to be in the future. This is Zinfin. That's the true name of this. Zinfin, XIN, is part of the new financial system. It's just not ready to go into use yet. So right now, this is basically sitting on the shelf, collecting dust, and no one's knowing it. You're just picking it up because you can. If you don't buy as much of this that is nailed down as you possibly can, and seriously, I would probably go a little deeper than reasonable at 6.5 cents, because it's money in the bank. It really truly is. Not a flip coin, of course, but yes, ISO. It is an ISO coin. Ugh. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. I'm holding XLM. Let me show you something. Make you feel better. So there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, I knew, but I just choose not to. I mean, don't try to understand my methodology for trading. Do as I do. Do as I say, not as I do. I'm holding XLM at 35.7. I'm holding it at 34, and here we are at 28. So don't feel bad. I'm holding hundreds of thousands of dollars of XLM at this price right here. And without getting into the detail, I have a nasty little litigation going on with some people that are trying to extort me, and they locked my Coinbase account. So I can't trade. I'm literally sitting here looking at this, knowing I should have sold it. I can't. I can't sell it because they've got my Coinbase tied up with a legal maneuver, which is going to be solved on the 10th. So anyway, don't feel bad. You're not the only one upside down. However, I take solace in the fact that when it turns around, 30 anything is going to be a stinking deal because it's going to go to 15 bucks in not that long. By the way, if you ever see this eyeball, that's a notation my 21 group has made a call. So XLM, my group has also seen. I didn't even realize that was there when I did my call. So we have pretty strong confirmation XLM is going to probably be dipping down there to 25.4 in that range. Masser, I think, Masser, are you still on? I just saw your name roll up the chat, so I assume you are. Veronica has a message for you, by the way. I don't know if you were just on. I meant to get you set up with her, but she saw something with you she wanted to bring to your attention. She didn't feel comfortable just walking up on you and telling you, but I still got, you have a session due with her, don't you? If I remember correctly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to blow you off on that. I got a million things going on. I'm crashed until 3, probably because I'm up till 4 o'clock in the friggin' morning, but I'm sleeping until 2 o'clock. Yeah. So I'll get you hooked up with her. So I owe you a session with her, right? Is that correct? You're the one that I owe a session with, if I remember correct. Tiny Tank. Why is Tiny Tank not in this live stream? So she calls me. She kills me. So she calls me and she's like, "I got Matic. Should I sell Matic?" She's just like a bundle of energy. She used to be a cheerleader. It doesn't show at all. But she was up here and she was asking me, "Should I sell it? Should I sell it?" I'm like, "Yeah." I didn't want to just tell her yes, sell it, because I don't give financial advice. But I told her, "Yeah, I would probably take a look at this and kind of ask yourself how long this is going to go on, before you decide you want to get out of it." And she sold it, and it went up a little bit. I'm surprised she wasn't in my DM going, "It's going back up," whatever. So, but hopefully she got bought in. Josie, you sold and bought back in as well. So, that was here's the thing with this. If you guys have bought back in, if you're in modest profit, I'm not going to give advice here, but here's what I'm going to tell you. So I understand some of you guys bought back in, and then generally in the way that this would have played out, that was a bounce, and you should have done that. But if we're to believe that this is going to go lower, and it might, if it goes lower, then if you're in profit right now, uh, how do I want to say this so that you understand this? If you're in profit, even a penny or two, here's what I want you to consider. I would want you to consider looking at this as maybe you should sidestep this and forego any short-term boost profit because you might be able to buy even cheaper. Don't sell at a loss. Don't sell at a loss. But if you're up, like, even you can make 2 pennies by getting out and covering your exchange fees and stuff like that. Because I know you're not working with a killer amount of money. That's the reason why I'm saying this. If you could sidestep that, and it might go lower, and it does, then you buy it, and then you're really kicking butt. But if I'm wrong and you sell it and it goes up, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. There's much more profit to be had. You can make money at any point in the game. You don't have to buy it at the ultimate bottom. But statistically, this is what we're talking about. Statistically, to possibly sidestep this without killing yourself, to potentially reposition, don't sell at a loss, but sell at a break even or slightly better if you can, then I would. If you're up right now, take profit. Is the way that I would do it. Because I would be looking at that. So let's take a quick look at this. What you're seeing here is, again, possibly something that could play like that. Uh, so what I'm suggesting is this: don't let me talk you out of it, because I mean, this thing could go like this and go up. But I don't, if it were me, I would probably get out of the position and just, you know, I don't think we get this kind of a depressive drop without more behind it. Uh, the reason why is I always like to look at other coins and drag them into the conversation. So let's look at XRP. If I'm looking at XRP and I say, well, shit, we just came to 50 cents. Didn't I? Don't you all remember me telling you way back when? 22 cents? I haven't said that for a long time, but I did tell you that I said that this was going to possibly go to 22 to 25 cents. And people thought, you're nuts. Am I nuts? We just saw 50 cents today. Am I nuts? So if we're going to potentially maybe finally see my prophecy from clear back a year ago come to, hey, what else is going to go down? This is going to go down. Bitcoin's going to go down. Populous is going to go down. Doge is going to go down. And Shiba is going to go down. So this is what I'm saying, is if you get a chance to possibly, if we come that close with XRP, we might be going more. This is far from over. Sunday's coming. Well, we're chugging along here inside, so eventually we're gonna hit. What I expect is we're gonna hit this, and then we'll finally decide what we're gonna do on this. So we got about roughly about 30 more minutes. I would love to do, and I was thinking about this actually. I don't know how I can do it, but what I was thinking about actually doing was for some of you guys, some of you guys that are in gold VIP and up. I was thinking about having Sato set up a voice channel in gold that I could live stream, where you guys could actually talk to me. I could hear your voice and you could hear my voice as I live stream. So the way it would theoretically go is you would be on, you would have two windows open. You would have live stream open, and you would have Discord open, and you'd be able to talk to me in Discord while you're watching me on live stream, so that I could comment. You could actually ask me questions in real time. I don't know how a multitude of people do that without talking over each other. It would be an interesting experiment, but just something that would be a really big value added thing to do to the VIP groups. So I'm thinking about potentially doing that. Yeah, I think it would be cool. I mean, that's what Discord's designed to do, but can you even imagine what a pain in the ass that would be with about 30 people trying to talk all at once? So I don't know if Discord basically blocks everybody's channel and only like lets one thing through at a time. I don't know how that works, but it would be interesting. Maybe we can try that tomorrow. I'll try to do some sort of like midday. Well, it won't be midday because I'll be sleeping until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But maybe we could do something like that in gold or platinum or whatever, and just try to do like a private live stream, and then have the Discord open, because we do have such a thing as a diamond help channel. So there is like a vocal thing where you could just, if you want to ask me a question verbally in diamond, that you can just basically just hop in there. If I see you, I can just talk to you. You know, I have a clear channel to the diamonds anytime they want me to get me. Generally, if I'm not busy, but it would be interesting to kind of do that as a group, a true group thing, because that's what I would love to do, is something where it's a two-way communication. But does Twitter do that? I don't know if they do or not. Twitter's such a clusterfuck. If everybody keeps trying to get me on Zoom, and I've never been able to make Zoom work. I don't know. I don't know how it would work. Well, obviously, see, like I said, Discord is supposed to be a gamer site, so everybody can play games at the same time and talk, and that's kind of what it was. So, Twitter Spaces, how do you find that? How do you get to that? Twitter Spaces, I've never heard of that. Let me look that up real quick. Do you have a link to that? I'm looking it up right now, see if I can find it. Exactly. That's kind of my thought too, Josie. Is like, yeah, I'm telling you what, man, I'm about had it with talking to these girls around the world, because you're like, do you have Viber? Do you have this? Do you have that? It's like, what is wrong with Skype? Oh, nobody uses Skype anymore. Well, I do. What was wrong? What was wrong with Skype? You have Facebook. I will never stop laughing about my little Spaniard girlfriend that I had for a while. I asked her, I go, do you have Facebook? And she goes, I'm 25 years old. And I go, yes. It's like, nobody has that anymore. I'm like, okay, thank you for making me feel old. Apparently, it's not cool, and I didn't get the message. There's a comedian that makes me laugh. There's a comedian, Tom Papa. He talks about how his mother's learning how to use MySpace, and she calls it My Face. She goes, "Are you on My Face? Are you on your father's on My Face?" I laugh about that because like my mother and father were older than, as I said earlier in my stories. I was saying my mother and father were older, about 10 years older than most parents my age. I can't even imagine trying to teach digital currency to my 80-some-year-old mother. I would rather just shoot myself in the foot. Showing her wisdom. That's a convenient way of saying. That's a polite way of saying it. Yes. And she goes, "I'm 25." I'm like, "Yes, and." So you don't want to hear me talk about when we used to have phones that you had this thing that you had to put your finger in and twist it around in a circle to dial. We're not even going to talk about that. Or when televisions didn't have color, so I won't even bring that into the conversation. And yes, I remember both of those. Or when a remote control was telling your youngest child to get up and change the channel. Not necessarily. They haven't taken them over yet. They're just basically just going into a formation here. See, I'm not clear on that, Rebecca. So Facebook is going to rename itself Meta. Now, I went to meta.com. I imagine it's probably meta.io. See, I went to meta.com out of curiosity to see. See, they've already got a new website for Facebook. This is actually Meta. If you type in meta.com, it dumps you to about Facebook/Meta. So this is where they're headed. Oh yeah, doesn't that just look like, just great? Let's just all yeah. And I love the optimism of the fact that you'll have a big nice house. You'll just be in a little cubicle with that stupid thing strapped to your face. So bullshit, bullshit. And I love the fact, by the way, I love the fact that apparently none of us have got jobs, but we can all afford to have this damn thing. You know what I'm saying? It's conveniently interesting to me. Who's gonna endorse or fund that? Because those things right now are about $2,000 for a good one, or $1,000 or whatever, more than most people got. Let's just put it that way. TVs were tubes, exactly. Yeah, push to talk. Okay, yeah, that's how does that work? If you can sum that up in this chat, Master. Push to talk. What does that do? I've seen that function. Oh, we got enough mods. We can get that done. Can't sleep today. Yeah. You're talking to a man that's up at 4:03 in the morning, so I pity you. Okay. And believe me, I sound like I'm tired because I'm not. I'm hungry, but I'm not tired. I'm just gonna have to stay up and loop around. Eventually see the sun. Eventually. I don't know that it is. As long as we're on that subject, you guys give me good things to talk about. So when I was trapped over in Kenya, and I won't belabor that story. Most of you know the story. I got trapped over there with my girlfriend. They locked me over there for 6 months. I couldn't get back home. I had my first bout of insomnia that started there. Now, it might have been the fact that she lived in a cement building on the 13th floor, facing inward, very little sun. I don't, there's that. But both she was very hypersensitive also. She and I, this is back when Corona first started. We were having time cycles. We were sleeping all day, up all night. I mean, there's no sense of day and night. That was the first time. I mean, I'm a night owl by. Usually I call it a day at about 2 o'clock in the morning. But for like the last, I don't know, since Chase has been gone, well, the orbs weren't helping me any at all either, but pretty much since this whole Fibby charts thing started, my sleep habits are not what they normally used to be. I mean, I default to being up at this time of night, and I do kind of wonder a little bit about that, if it's what they're doing or whatever. But yeah, different. I'm hopping subjects here. So yeah, it kills the mic thing until you press the button and it makes your mic go live so you can speak. Does that like put everybody in line to speak? Because I mean, if two people are pushing the button at the same time, I would think that when one person's talking, it would mute everybody else's mic. I'm not sure how that works, but it would be interesting to kind of see it. But I suppose it would be one of those things where it would work. If we had like, not that we would, but if we had 500 people, even 250 people on it at once, eventually somebody's going to be talking over top of somebody else. So I don't know what I would hear on my end. Would just be 1,000 people talking in my ear at one time. That's all I need is more voices in my head. So. Yeah, I figured. So it's like my house any given time. It's like my family any given day. You just got to talk louder than everybody else. See, that's kind of what I was expecting it would do, is something like that, like a CB or walkie-talkie would kill it out. See, I would just do it right now just to test it out, but I don't. Well, hold on. Let's just screw with this a little bit here. Let me get Discord going. We might be able to make this happen. Hold on just a second. I'm setting something up over on Discord to see if I can get a channel, see if I can get anyone to get on here and get more than one. If it's too much of a pain in the ass, I'll just cut it off. But I just want to see if I can get something put up. So in the All right, so I got something called the voice trial room. So you guys get in the voice trial room, and this is in gold. So if you're not in VIP, sorry, you can't participate in this. So that might be a problem. You'll hear me talking to people that you're not hearing the other side of the conversation. So that's going to be another issue with doing this. It's going to have to be done on private when everybody's on. But nope. Okay, strike that idea. That's not. Said Nope, I can't. I can't get. I see Josie in there, but I can't. Hold on a second. Let's see if I get. Instructions for enabling Discord mic. I don't think I can do it. I see several of you in there, but I don't think I can do it because what's going on is it's trying to pick up my microphone off of YouTube, and I don't think it will share my microphone in more than one place. Let me look and see here. Hang on just a second. No, can't. I can't hear anybody. I've got the mic turned off. So, all right, no, gonna have to delete that channel. All right, we'll try that later. We'll try that later on. I'm gonna have to. I have to have Sato set that up and see if I can get everything. That's gonna be one of those deals where I probably spent 15 minutes trying to get the crap all set up. Yeah, I could see that I was muted. I think what it was because I have my broadcast software running at the same time. So. Well, this is going to run right to the bitter very end. Guys, can you bear with me here just a little bit? My kidneys are starting to get on my nerves. Might just be my posture in this soft chair. So give me a couple minutes. I want to go in the kitchen and grab something to eat here real quick. So I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to mute my mic here. I'm going to stuff some food in my face and then I'll get right back here. But I'll be online, so just hang tight. You guys can just chat amongst yourself. Let me get a snack and I'll be right back.